Everyone, thank you very much indeed for coming here. We'll be starting soon, so please be seated. Thank you very much. We'll be starting soon, so please be seated. So, Chairman, are you ready? Okay, so we would like to begin the IPAC Tokyo Symposium. I am the MC for today. I am the member of Non-Partisan Parliamentary Association for Reconsidering Human Rights Diplomacy, and my name is Ooka Toshitaka. Thank you. I would like to say a few words. If you look at the schedule, as for this schedule, we do have 3 former prime ministers, and from Japan and from overseas, we would be having many Diet members, and also from many countries and many regions. For those people who are working hard in diplomacy, there are people involved in those activities. So as for photography or uploading those on the SNS, social network, it is all right. But as it is mentioned in the brochure, please be considerate of others. Thank you. And also, as for the receiver, you can listen for symposium simultaneously. Channel 1 is Japanese.
Interpretation on your receiver. Channel 2 will be English.
Okay. And also, as for this symposium, this IPAC, Interparliamentary Alliance on China, and Japanese Non-Partisan Parliamentary Association Reconsidering Human Rights Diplomacy, this will be co-hosted by 2 organizations. So, co-chairs IPAC, Canadian Diet member Garnett Genuis, co-chair, please.
Testing. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's such an honor for me to be here with you today. I've been in Japan for a couple hours. My flight just got in this morning, and I'm excited to be here for the very first time. Every year in our parliament, we have a Japanese National Day celebration hosted by your embassy, and it is the best food of any event. It's always well attended, but I had to miss it this year because of a late night event, so I thought I'll just go to Japan instead. But in all seriousness, it is such a pleasure to be here with colleagues from Japan and from around the world. I want to say a special thank you to my fellow co-chairs, Nagashima Akihisa, Funayama Yasue, and Secretary General Ooka Toshitaka, members of the Non-Partisan Parliamentary Association for Reconsidering Human Rights Diplomacy, which is a very strong counterpart and partner for IPAC in Japan. So as members of IPAC, we come from a wide diversity of political traditions. We come from all over the world, and we're here to recognize the greatest threat to human rights and democracy globally. That is the challenge posed by the aggressive expansionist agenda of the authoritarian Chinese Communist Party. So today, ahead of Japan's G7 presidency and the summit that will follow in Hiroshima, we're here to advance the dialogue around areas that focus on what the CCP is doing and how we preserve security in the Indo-Pacific, how we defend our shared values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. By discussing and sharing the latest developments in all of these key areas, this symposium will assert the importance of the international rules-based order and will assert the reality that that can only be maintained through our intentional action. Our passivity in the face of threats will not furnish the world that we want for our children and grandchildren. It requires us to be active, intentional, and focused on an effective response to the threats that we face, and to work together more among democracies, to recognize the unique competencies that different democracies have, the things we share, and to be more effective as we work together to combat the various challenges that we face. Above all, this symposium is an opportunity for us to, together, from across different political traditions and different parts of the democratic world, to assert the universality of human rights, a shared commitment to the rule of law, and democratic principles that have flourished everywhere they've been tried. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be with you today, and I look forward to the discussion that's going to take place.
Mr. Garnett Genuis, thank you very much indeed. Followed by IPAC Co-Chair, Non-Partisan Parliamentary Association for Reconsidering Human Rights Diplomacy, Councillor Funayama Yasue would be giving the welcome speech. Funayama-sensei, please. Everyone, good morning. I am in charge of the member of the Non-Partisan Parliamentary Association for Reconsidering Human Rights Diplomacy, and I am the co-president together with Mr. Nagashima. My name is Funayama. Today we are having a lot of cooperation from many people, and our parliamentary association, together with IPAC, Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China, this is co-hosted and we are now able to hold this IPAC Tokyo Symposium, and we are grateful for you coming to Japan today. Thank you very much indeed. And also, I would like to convey my gratitude. IPAC, as you know, it is the democratic countries to think about approaching China, and in 2020 June it was established. So it is the non-partisan member, and more than 100 members are involved. And together with the human rights diplomacy, this is our caucus. Within Japan, we are the counterpart of IPAC, and we have also started on the same year. And as the co-chairman, Mr. Nagashima and myself are also the co-chair of the IPAC. And as for the human rights diplomacy's caucus, as the word says, this is the universal diplomacy for the human rights, and this is our objective. And as for the Japanese, many political parties, almost all political parties, we are having members involved. So in this symposium, LDP, Komeito, Constitutional Democratic Party of Japan, and Kokumin Minshito, and other independents as well, all the party members have been involved. And we hope to have a big strength and to think about this human rights. We do have G7 coming up in Hiroshima, and from many countries abroad, there will be key person coming to Japan would be thinking about diplomacy and human rights, and this is a very good opportunity. From England, we do have Liz Truss, former Prime Minister. From Australia, Scott Morrison, former Prime Minister. And from Belgium, Verhofstadt, former Prime Minister. These three former Prime Ministers will be here today. And also from Canada, we are having Genuis, Mr. Genuis. And also from England, we do have Sarah Champion. And also from Taiwan, Mr. Freddie Lim is also participating today. And as for the human rights groups and other embassy relevant people who are here today. So as for these human rights to be thought about, and in order to solve this, we are having many people cooperating. So thank you very much. And if you look at the Xinjiang province, Hong Kong, Myanmar, and other places, there'll be religious freedom as well as other issues being infringed. So human rights infringement. So human rights is universally, it is a human rights, and it is the proper issues where the human rights should be thought by all the countries. And as for the Japanese government, the dialogue and diplomacy is central to us, but the universal human rights to be deepened, not just on diplomacy and communication, but also specific measures are needed. So as for Japan, 2 years ago and last year, both lower house and upper house, as for the Xinjiang situation, we have came up with a resolution. And also last September, as for the supply chain to be responsible and to respect human rights, the guideline, Human Rights DD was also enacted. In Japan, for those companies working here in Japan, they need to come up with the measures with regard to human rights and also the specific saving measures. So first, I think this is a good starting point, but up to what extent would that be practical? Those are the issues. And also we need to come up with another legislature. So today we would like to have a good discussion. But on the other hand, as for G7, the Seoul, Japan is the only country, as for individuals and other groups, for the human rights infringements, sanctions are not in place. So within our caucus, we would like to come up with a blueprint of this legislation, but through this symposium, we hope that it would be a way forward to come up with a legislation. As for this symposium, we do have luncheon session and we have 4 sessions. First is we would like to think about the countering transnational repression from Hong Kong, Xinjiang, Uyghur, Myanmar, and so on. We would be having speakers from here. And also, many countries have adopted this Magnitsky Act, and the necessity for that, we would like to hear from the Australian Prime Minister of how they have come up with this act, and also we would like to think about what we can do to enact this legislature in Japan. Mr. Verhofstadt and Mr. Yamashita Takashi would be the main people to do the lunch session, and from afternoon we would be having business and human rights due diligence. And then the 4th session is about free and open Indo-Pacific. And in order to realize that, we would be having Liz Truss, the former Prime Minister of England, to make the keynote speech. Japan, Taiwan's Diet members would also be making suggestions. And also the closing session, we will be compiling the report. It is a long-hour symposium, but we are now placed in Asia, and with regard to value judgment, overcoming the differences, and to think about the universal human rights, freedom, human rights, and also the legal aspect. It is a good opportunity to think about it, and I hope this symposium would be a fruitful one. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Funayama.
Thank you very much, Ms. Funayama. Now we would like to have the first session, Countering Transnational Repression. From now on, IPAC Japan member and also the caucus advisor, Kanno Shiori-san, would be the MC today. Thank you, Ms. Kanno-san. Thank you very much. My name is Kanno Shiori. This is between the sessions, so I'd like to mention the Diet members' names. From this session, we would be having Nakagawa Masaharu Sensei, so please be seated. Thank you. And also, I'm mentioning the name of the people whom I can see. Sorry for this order. Mrs. Fukushima, Takinimami Sensei. And sorry, you are wearing masks, so sorry if I get it wrong. Yurofumi Sensei. Miura Nobuhiro Sensei. He was here up until now, but he will be coming back later. And Asada Hitoshi Sensei. Sakurai Shu Sensei. And Kushida Seiichi Sensei. and Kaneko Michihito Sensei, thank you. Today it is a long symposium. It will be a very busy. You are very busy, but I hope, but by throughout this session, I hope it will be a fruitful one. Thank you. And now this will be the session 1. I am the head of the IPAC Japan. My name is Kanno Shiori. Thank you very much. From now on, in front, these are the activists working in Japan. These are our speakers. Some of them, it's quite difficult to reveal themselves. It is very risky for them, but still, they are here today to make a speech. And also, they are actively involved with their real name and their faces exposed. And they are trying to have their voices heard. So please understand their situation and listen to them. First of all, let me introduce Japan-Hong Kong Democratic League, Mr.Ｗilliam Lee, please. And also, Mr. Banana-san. And next, Japan Uyghur Association, Afufmetto Retepu-san. And Ms.Rushan Abbas-san. And next, Dalai Lama, Japan Representative Office, Aisawa Ichiro. And from Myanmar's situation, NUG National Unity Government, Myo Min Swe-san. Thank you very much. So in this order, first, we would like to listen to the stories and Nakagawa Masaharu Sensei and Funayama Yasue Sensei and Nagashima Akihisa Sensei to give comments. So first, Japan-Hong Kong Democratic League, their situation will be heard now.
Testing. Good morning. We are Hong Kongers in Japan speaking on behalf of the Japan-Hong Kong Democracy Alliance. Thank you for having us here today. We will share in Japanese regarding the China transnational repression and issues that Hong Kongers face in Japan. 本日お招きいただき誠にありがとう。
Thank you very much for inviting me here today. I am from Hong Kong People's Democratic League of Japan. As a Hong Kong national residing in Japan, I'd like to make a presentation on the cross-border repression by the Chinese Communist Party. First of all, I'd like to talk about the white terror being carried out by the CCP against the people of Hong Kong. After the implementation of the Hong Kong National Security Law, pro-democracy legislators and politicians held a by-election for the Hong Kong Legislative Council. This election was declared a crime of overthrowing of the national government, and a total of 47 organizers and candidates were arrested. One of them was the one who came to Japan in 2020, who belonged to the doctoral student course at the University Tokyo. His name was Ao-san, and Ao-san was a former member of the Legislative Yuan and was the organizer of the parliamentary election. On the morning of January 6, 2021, he was arrested as he arrived at his hotel after returning from Japan. The arrest was planned to coincide with Mr. Ao's return to Japan. In the worst-case scenario, he could be sentenced to life in prison. There have also been several other cases of protesters and other pro-democracy activists being arrested at the Hong Kong airport on their way back to Hong Kong. The CCP's crackdown is not limited to Hong Kong nationals, but has recently targeted Japanese nationals as well. Japanese photographer Michiko Kiseki was denied entry into Hong Kong at the end of last year by the Hong Kong immigration authorities. Kiseki had traveled to Hong Kong over the past several years and had published a photo book of her photographs of the Hong Kong protests and had also held photo exhibitions in Japan. Ms. Kiseki has been posting on social networking sites about what happened while she was in detention. the police mentioned several times not only her photo books, but also about the photo exhibitions she held in Japan. Kiseki was questioned for merely documenting the facts of what happened in her favorite city, Hong Kong. And according to Kiseki's post, the Hong Kong police know so much about events in Japan that one can only assume that the Chinese secret police must be in operation in Japan. Hong Kong people have become fearful not only to returning home, but also living in Japan. According to a Hong Kong national who belonged to the Chinese embassy's group of Chinese students, the embassy tried to send him to the site of Hong Kong democracy-related activities in Japan and ask him to take pictures of the participants. Therefore, when Hong Kong residents in Japan participated in Hong Kong democracy-related activities in Japan, they sometimes hid their faces or stopped participating because of the fear of having their faces photographed. And if their personal information were to be passed on to China, then they could be arrested upon their return to Hong Kong. Most Hong Kong people who chose Japan as their destination have family still in Hong Kong, and they avoid this risk visiting them, feeling the stress of not being able to see their families, and also they have fears for their own safety on a day-to-day basis. I myself have family still in Hong Kong, and I fear for my family's safety if the Chinese or Hong Kong Public Security Police get information about my activities. It is for my own safety and the safety of those around me that I am speaking to you in my current attire. It is a clear violation of human rights to be arrested for criticizing the government, which is considered the crime. This is a summary of the CCP's white terror against the people of Hong Kong. Next, I'd like to ask William to go on. Next, I will discuss the CCP's current administrative crackdown on Hong Kong residents. Under the current system, Hong Kong residents are required to go to the Chinese embassy to renew or collect their passport overseas. And we are not quite sure of going to the embassy. I myself am one of them. Since I was arrested in Hong Kong during the Hong Kong protests, and almost all my personal information is known to the CCP, I have no choice but to avoid places under the CCP's control. I am concerned about my access to the Chinese embassy, especially after the violent incident at the Chinese embassy in Manchester, United Kingdom. However, my passport expires in a year and a half. I have not yet renewed my passport because of the risk of being arrested if I go to the Chinese embassy. I am concerned that my Hong Kong passport will eventually expire, and I will not be allowed to renew my status of residence in Japan. But if I am allowed to renew as a stateless, I will cause administrative problems for the Japanese government. On the other hand, Hong Kong citizens seeking naturalization also face administrative inconvenience in the process. From 2020, the Chinese embassy in Japan will no longer accept Hong Kong nationals except at the Hong Kong SAR passport issuance counter, and they are also denied the process of renouncing their Chinese citizenship when naturalizing. Hong Kong nationals will be forced to entrust the process of renouncing their Chinese citizenship to an agent in Hong Kong or return to Hong Kong. This is seen as a way to prevent Hong Kong residents from leaving the CCP's repressive regime. It is obvious that CCP is trying to calm down its activities in Japan by increasing the number of Hong Kong residents in Japan who are participating in the democracy movement through various administrative inconveniences. I believe that such oppression should be stopped immediately. the Chinese government wants Hong Kong as a place of strategic value so much that it is ignoring the problems of Hong Kong people's lives and is trying to force the full control of the city with the irresponsible government policies. I hope you can understand this. In addition, I'd like to ask you to reconsider and review the measures regarding the residence of Hong Kong residents in Japan. We do not have the latest figures on the population of Hong Kong residents in Japan, but official statistics show that there were more than 18,000 Hong Kong residents in Japan in 2013. The number of Hong Kong nationals who may become stateless due to passport expiration is not small. Number of Hong Kong nationals becoming stateless might lead to the burden of Japanese government administration. And now that the Chinese reconnaissance balloon has been spotted in Japan, the Japanese government should not allow further infringement of Japanese sovereignty by the Chinese Communist Party. As for the Chinese secret police mentioned earlier by Kiseki, China has established an overseas police service center, and 2 Chinese overseas police bases have already been discovered in Japan, including one in Akihabara. Hong Kong residents in Japan are already concerned about their safety. We hope that you will consider the scrutinizing and also publicizing China's offshore police. We hope that you will take the above-mentioned cross-border crackdown by the Chinese Communist Party seriously. Thank you very much for your attention.
ありがとうございました。香港からの声聞いて。
Thank you very much indeed from Hong Kong. So from Xinjiang, Ruchan-san, please.
Good morning, everyone. Dear honorable members of the parliament and the distinguished guests and the organizers of this wonderful event. Today, every Uyghur in the world is a victim of Xi Jinping's genocide in my homeland, East Turkestan. Uyghurs are detained in concentration camps, subject to forced organ harvesting, forced labor, forced abortions, forced sterilizations, and forced marriages to Han Chinese men. More than 1 million Uyghur children taken from their families sent to state-run orphanages. Homes and the lands of the Uyghurs are confiscated, and the Uyghur economy is completely destroyed. Since most Uyghurs living outside of the East Turkestan have family members in China, back in East Turkestan, the CCP's hands, they are on CCP's hands are hostages. The regime can use keen punishment to repress Uyghurs abroad as a part of the transnational repression. Families of diaspora Uyghurs who speak out against the CCP's genocidal policies are detained and tortured. And I can relate it to this as a personal matter to me. Due to my public advocacy in Washington, my own sister, a retired medical doctor, Rushan Abbas, was abducted in September 2018, only 6 days after I participated in one of the think tanks in Washington, D.C. Despite living in the United States for more than 30 years, the long black arm of the Chinese government has taken my sister as a hostage, leaving me devastated. When Uyghurs speak up around the world, this is what they face. Countries and corporations act as though the world is depending on the Uyghur slave labor in order to survive. We are done with this lie. My sister, Dr. Rushan Abbas, could have made the shirt that's on your back. It's everyone's responsibility to stop contributing to the rising demand from China. We need to fill the accountability gap by spreading awareness to governments and consumers and to make this a universally unacceptable for countries and companies to be associated with forced labor. Last summer, we saw confirmation of those crimes against humanity and the genocide in the UN Human Rights Commissioner's report. Yet, there's nothing tangible from the governments to stop this genocide and hold China accountable. We call on IPAC and the Japanese legislators to make immediate action to end China's war against the Uyghurs, against the democracy and the freedom of the future of this world. China's genocide should be acknowledged by the Cabinet of Japan and the other countries that have not yet made an atrocity determination. During G7 and G20 forums, question the Chinese government about the Uyghur genocide. Encourage countries to apply and enforce legislation similar to Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. Companies complicit in Uyghur genocide should face sanctions, or legislation should be implemented to prohibit the export of AI, camera parts, and the semiconductor technologies to China, divest from China. Expedite refugee asylum status for Uyghurs, and simplify the visa procedures for them. Japan should bring more Uyghurs to study in Japan from diaspora and help with the education. Investigate the transnational repression that reaches Uyghurs living in democratic countries and take the necessary protective measures. Universities should stop funding research collaborations with the Chinese military, which actively uses new data and findings to oppress Uyghurs. I want to end my remarks with a quote from Dr. Elie Wiesel's famous book, Night. Quote, his cold eyes stared at me. At last, he said wearily, I have more faith in Hitler than anything else. He alone has kept his promises, all his promises to the Jewish people. The end quote. The CCP has made its promises to exterminate the Uyghurs from the earth. We are counting on you, the parliamentarians and the leaders of the world, to break Xi Jinping's promise. Let's make our collective vow and the promise of never again even stronger. Thank you, and my colleague will add more.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ahmed from Japan Uyghur Association. Really appreciate this very useful and precious opportunities. I would like to share with you the two stories. One is that the Uyghur genocide and the involvement of the Japanese corporations and the Uyghurlands' repression in Japan. The first point, according to the survey and the study of the Australian associations, that the Japanese companies, two companies, are part of the repression of the Uyghur. And according to the other studies, the companies like Toyota and Honda participated in the forceful labor. And the obligation of the solar panel driven by the Tokyo metropolitan government, the majority of the solar panel depends on the import from China. However, those panels has a close relationship with the forceful labor of the Uyghur that could be pointed out by a lot of academia. And based on our survey, the state-of-the-art Japanese technology is supporting the surveillance of the Uyghurs, so that with the Japanese technology is indispensable for this surveillance technology. Based on our meticulous studies and the research, that the CCP installed the surveillance and cameras in the monitoring that the Uyghurlands and AI plays an important role in analyzing those images and activities of the Uyghur, and they are put into the presence, and the camera is manufactured by the Chinese manufacturer Hikvision, and the images captured by the surveillance camera was analyzed by AI, and they make the decision which Uyghurs should be put into the prison. And that cameras has been widely used, and according to the report, these cameras are implemented and are working so that we purchased these cameras, and we asked the specialist to break down those cameras to analyze the inside of the camera, and we found out that the components manufactured by Japanese 7 manufacturers, including Sony. So those components, particularly the heart of those cameras, are manufactured by the Japanese manufacturers. So that is something that we discovered in our survey. That if you're interested, details available in the Japan Uyghur Association's website. So please, I would like to emphasize that please take actions and act on this repressive act, and please do not be part of the CCP's abuse and violation of the human rights. And please aware that the Japanese manufacturers, more and more Japanese manufacturers are the part of these CCP surveillance on the Uyghurs. So that is the one thing I would like to demand the legislators in Japanese government. And a lot of the Uyghurs have the problems not to reaching out to the families or get lost of the contact with the families. And there was a case of the Uyghur woman in her 20s who studied at the University of Tokyo, temporarily returned to Japan to look for the parents who have been interned. And we published that book, the testimonies of the 34 Uyghurs living in Japan, and published them as a book. I would like you to urge the Japanese legislators to read this book and to take proactive measures after recognizing the seriousness of the incidents. Thank you very much for bringing up the very critical issues on the table. And next, let's call for Mr.Arya, Anyati Guampo.
皆さん、Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for your introduction. My name is Arya. I am from His Holiness the Dalai Lama delegation in Japan representative. I'd like to report to you the Tibetan situation, and also I'd like to make some appeals. The current situation in Tibet is very critical, and that is because in the last 2 or 3 years, Tibet has been completely closed under the pretext of COVID. While the world is busy with the turmoil of COVID, the war in Ukraine, and the Taiwan crisis, the Chinese regime has militarized the Tibetan plateau, and now the broader territories of Nepal, India, and Bhutan have become very volatile and quite dangerous. There is absolutely no flow of people and information into and out of Tibet. Tibet has become a completely free state. The international community may think that Tibet is safe because there is no information from Tibet, but the fact is the opposite. Currently, protests and other actions are not feasible. Since 2009, more than 157 Tibetans have burned themselves to death to protest Chinese brutal policies in Tibet. Now it has become impossible to commit self-immolation. In 2022, in October, Xi Jinping has extended his own term of office to a third term by various unjust means. This is a major obstacle to peace and stability in mainland China, Tibet, Uyghur, Southern Mongolia, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Asia, and the world. Xi Jinping's policy of promoting the ethnicization of ethnic minorities is destroying the identity and culture of each ethnic group. His policy to subjecting all ethnic groups to communism is aimed at changing our value system. Buddhism is left only nominally for tourism and spectacle, while Communist Party cadre control Tibetan monasteries. Tibetan monks are forbidden to teach Buddhism to the Chinese, and the Chinese are not allowed to receive teachings from Tibetan monks, vice versa. The sharing Buddhist teachings on social media is also considered a crime. Tibetan children are forcibly removed to the special boarding schools, such as the school in the colony, and brainwashed in a Chinese communist environment. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the new coronavirus pandemic, or COVID, the CCP is now waging a cultural revolution-like crackdown in Tibet, where in December 2021, a 30-meter-high Buddha statue, a 7-meter-high Maitreya Buddha statue, and also 45 huge prayer wheels were destroyed in the Drago area of the Sichuan, China. The monastery was demolished, the prayer flag burned, and the monastic schools were dismantled. This is a severe attack on the human rights and religious values of the Tibetan people, and it clearly shows that China is trying to destroy everything in Tibet. Taking advantage of the silence of the international community, China, which does not believe in religion or reincarnation, claims that they have the authority to choose the Tibetan high priests and the 15th Dalai Lama. This is a complete insult not only to Tibetans, but to Buddhists and followers of all religions around the world. The US government and Congress condemned this religious interference in 2020 in the strongest terms. Last year, Indian Himalayan Buddhist Association, and this year, Japan Buddhist Conference for World Federation issued strong statements against China's interference in appointing the Tibetan religious teachers, including the 15th Dalai Lama. Just recently, on 12th of February, there was a Tibet support group meeting in which the member resolved and issued a 5-point statement as follows. Allow me to read it. Chinese Communist Party CCP leadership must stop human rights violations in Tibet and must let the Tibetans exercise their fundamental rights. 2. The CCP leadership must stop the forced indoctrination of Tibetans' children in communist environment boarding schools. 3. The CCP leadership must implement the minority law where minority nationals are allowed full freedom to practice and preserve their language. 4. The CCP leadership, who does not believe in religion, should refrain from interfering in Tibetan religious matter and stop claiming authority in the selection of the Dalai Lama's reincarnation. 5. This is the last one. We, the the representatives and members of the Japan-Tibet Support Group will protest and never accept any lamas or Dalai Lama appointed by the CCP leadership. We request that the international community and leaders, Japan, and the IPAC Tokyo Symposium issue a similar statement opposing and condemning the CCP's human rights abuses, its attacks on Tibetan monasteries, and especially its interference in the selection of Tibetan reincarnated monks, including His Holiness the Dalai Lama. We will continue our struggle for freedom and world peace. We request your continued cooperation and guidance in our work. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Arya. Next, we'd like to hear the voice of the Mr.Myo Min Swe, National Unity Government.
Good morning, everyone. I am from the National Unity Government from Myanmar. I am the representative in Japan, Myo Min Swe. Today, I would like to convey my gratitude to organizers and all those participants. Thank you very much indeed. As for Myanmar, there is a very serious human rights violation. I would like to explain that in detail. As for the Myanmar's military junta, and in order to evade that, many Myanmar people have to evacuate from those hometowns, and those domestic refugees are more than 1.5 million. And also, due to the military activities and those people who have died, the number is about 3,000. And 38,000 houses had been burnt. And Aung San Suu Kyi included unjustly detained people are about 16,000. And within that, female people are 3,000 and children are 400. Those are the number of those people detained. Myanmar militaries have, during the military judge, they have been giving death sentences, and 4 people of the people who are involved in democratic movement have been put on death penalty. The international community's criticism and the international community's pledge, and despite that, they have gone ahead. So in Myanmar, there is no word of human rights. The Myanmar people, 1 out of 4, according to the research by the United Nations, they are on the verge of famine. Recently, there was a primary school, and the Myanmar military did the airstrikes, and 30 children had perished. And recently, in Kachin province, in Pakan city, during the live concert, Myanmar army has done a sudden airstrike, and 160 people had died or injured. So this is a terrorism, so Myanmar military has been doing without any discrimination. So it is this is a very serious atrocity. In Myanmar, the military coup d'etat had happened, and the prices have gone up, and the value of money has gone down. Before coup d'etat, in Japanese yen, transaction was about 12 yen, but now it is about 22 times as much. Within Myanmar, human rights freedom or no jobs. So in Thailand, China, Malaysia, and Japan are the countries where people go, especially young people go to work. In Japan, there are many people who are on the vocational training status, and Myanmar military's way of doing is in 1988, which is similar to that. So putting these military forces, and everything is in ruins, and people had to evacuate. And they have been doing lots of threats. Human rights, freedom. There is nothing. And within those circumstances, what they are trying to do is 2023 is the general election. So please do not recognize that election. Myanmar people, recently, in 2021 June, House of Representatives and House of Councillors have, as for the Myanmar military activities, are against humanity, so they have come up with a resolution. But the present situation of Myanmar has been unchanged. So as for the resolution, please come to realize that once again, Myanmar military, if they do not obey, then do sanctions. Please do the strict sanctions on them. We are, the Myanmar people, even within their house, they are so worried. When would the Myanmar military would come up to our house, break the door, and invade our house? What kind of atrocities would they do? Would I be detained? Would my house be burned? They are always terrified, so scared, and they are spending day by day. Psychological torture is here, but Myanmar people have not given up. So human rights and democracy and freedom, they are fighting against those terrorisms. So please, in order to regain peace in Myanmar, Japan and the international community's strength is needed. The autocratic Myanmar people are suffering, so please save us. By doing so, the number of those people being evacuated, please give them food and medical supplies. Please give us your help. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Myo. Each and every one of the speakers have explained the things which might surely have touched you. So the Diet members from Japan, as for Myanmar, we have heard the story now. So as for the Japanese Diet member, the support to Myanmar has been centered around Nakagawa Sensei. So please give the comment. And also, as for the cooperation with the Diet members among other countries, what kind of support would there be possible? So please give us your comment each. So Nakagawa Sensei, please.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Really appreciate this opportunity to make some comments in this variable occasions. And this is this time that we are facing that we have witnessing that the freedom and the democracy have been in that danger, and more autocratic government oppression of the human rights started to be prevailing around the world. Therefore, I'd like to say thank you for the organizers. And we are determined to take the actions. And we are the legislatures group to support the Myanmar's domestic democratic activities. and particularly that for the peaceful coexistence of the minority groups in the Myanmar, and we have been engaging in the activities to support democratic activities in Myanmar, and it is really regrettable and for us to witness the coup d'etat 2 years ago. And within the Diet in Japan, officially, that is the censoring and condemning the Myanmar's military government. That is a group inside official group in the Japanese Diet, and we are demanding the release of the prisoners and the immediate return to the democratic government. And our legislature's group is taking an action and to issuing that's a resolution to the Japanese government. But as we discussed, that it is very sad to see that situation in Myanmar have been worsening from the democratic perspectives. The structure, by the way, have been transforming. That is the oppression of the democracy. That is a trigger, and also followed by atrocity where the national army is pointing the guns to their own citizens. And this coup d'etat is the no exercise of the military forces. And the activities in Myanmar is unforceful and non-military activities. And currently, that's independent groups of the ethnic groups and the democratic activity groups get together that intensifies the civil war inside Myanmar. And there's a sort of the government or the group to perceive the democratic government and that they are setting up the armed forces and start fighting against the national army. So those fights are being done in sort of the jungle, and the fight, the democratic forces are in the better position against the national armies, and that they're powerful because the national armies are exercising a lot of the air strikes, leaving a lot of death tolls. It seems like the Myanmar has been thrown into the civil war, and we are really concerned about the situation. We believe that we have to make the one voice from the international community. At the beginning, that the Japanese government condemned the Myanmar government in a very strong manner, and the Japanese government should have been exercised economic sanction as a member of the OECD. So the Japanese government policies rather keeping pace with the ASEAN nations. So the Japanese government policies are are part of the ASEAN nations. So I believe that since that the Myanmar army has a close relationship with the government controlled by the army, therefore, if we offer the OECD grant to the Myanmar, that could be leveraged by the army. Therefore, we should be more creative and then more smart to send the support to the Myanmar citizens, not to the government or military or armies. So in the area of the ethnic groups, as I said, NUG leaders are being protected, or they are taking actions so the question for the Japanese government is how to send the support, humanitarian support, to the areas where the democracy activists are there. Therefore, the private sector should take the actions and giving the support to those activists rather than the public or organizations. So either way, that our organization strongly requests the Japanese government to take more decisive steps and send the one voice to the Myanmar government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comment about Myanmar, how we should intervene and how we are able to deploy humanitarian assistance. Now we'd like to ask Mr. Akihisa Nagashima to take the floor. There have been the comments about Hong Kong, Uyghur, and also Myanmar, and also from Hong Kong, there have been some comments about the overseas espionage and overseas secret police. So we have to look into that. So based on that, we'd like to ask Mr. Nagashima to make a comment, which will be followed by the comment by the Ms. Funayama. And also, I'm sure we have time, so we'd like to take questions or maybe comments from the floor. Maybe the time is limited, but still we can do that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning. I am serving as a co-chair of the symposium. My name is Akihisa Nagashima, member of the lower house. So the Kanno-san just mentioned something that is very important, so I'd like to focus on that. But before that, allow me to extend my sincerest appreciation to all the people who are in this the period, suffering from this kind of the transnational repression. And thank you for raising your voices. And as you are well aware, Chinese secret police are now deploying its activities in the entire world. So they have I'd like to use the term the stations, the posts of the Chinese government, Chinese police. So I'd like to raise this issue to all of you for your attention. China has been working on it, and there has been many human rights infringement activities, and we have to say that this is quite new in terms of the people's knowledge about it. Last year, in September, there have been the Safeguard Defense, which issued a report about this kind of activities. They reported on the secret police activities of China, and this is the emergency call overseas. So to our knowledge, they have deployed their activities in 42 cities in 30 countries. And in total, there have been service centers or the police post, the secret police post, in 52 areas. So this naturally includes Japan, as was mentioned by the representative from Hong Kong, and Europe is most populated there. The 26 cities in 16 countries, according to China. They say that this is the activities to tackle, crack down on the transnational crimes or online fraud. But in actuality, the public police of China is now trying to crack down on the kind of people, Chinese people, or the people who are opposing the current regime of China. So they are trying to look into their activities. Some of the Chinese people who are opposing the current regime are already in other countries. So this is a place where they try to convince people to come back to China. So for the people who they fled or their country or who are in exile, and they have been under the intimidation, and in many cases they had no other choice but to come back to China. And as many as 11,000 Chinese people in exile had no other choice but to go back. So, and only 20% of them were in line with the international procedures. So needless to say, the outside of the country, the unauthorized police activities are something that we have to avoid. So certainly this is in violation of the international law, and also this is a violation of the sovereignty of each country. According to the survey, they use the term the fox hunting, and so the people who are in exile, who are who are considered to be the enemies of Xi Jinping, and then they will follow them, and then they send them back to China, and then they will be subject to the judicial procedure for that, and this is considered to be the kind of activities which is referred to as the fox hunting, which has been deployed since summer last year. The biggest issue here is that this is the activity of this activity of the service centers is to enhance the return of people who are in exile. So if they are they sent back to China, and then that means that they will be oppressed. So that is a clear infringement of the human rights violation. So this is also the infringing on the presumed innocent principles. So here in this IPAC meeting and the symposium, I think it is important to start with this, and all the democratic countries join hands and make sure we communicate with each other, share information, and then if there is the possibility of the infringement of human rights, then in a situation we monitor jointly and try to identify all of them and make sure that they will stop this kind of infringement. So in that respect, we have to look into our legal systems and try to deal with that accordingly. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We didn't negotiate beforehand, but as for what Mr. Nagashima has said, the Defenders NGO, the Overseas Information Center, or what we call this a police station, the detailed report had been written. This person himself is here, so some short comment would actually complement this theme. So Laura Hassan, please. Center for Defenders, she's the director. So could you give us your comment of this issue?
And thank you to the honorable representative for raising this issue and talking about it. Special thanks also to the activists, the dissidents that are here and have been speaking up, really raising their voice despite the very heavy cost, obviously, that they're very often paying to do so, or their family members do. I think what the question of the overseas police service centers that have been set up by China, or what we heard from the activists, what's happening to their family members, to themselves, what this really shows is how what's happening in the People's Republic of China today is no longer just an issue of foreign affairs for other countries to deal with. This is a security issue, it's a domestic issue, it's an issue of national sovereignty, of human rights, of universal values that, as the Honorable Representative has said, we really need our countries to come together to counter this threat. And obviously, the overseas police service stations are but the tip of the iceberg in all the efforts that the PRC is making. So we really hope, we're really glad that this issue was raised so excellently. And we really hope to see, under the Japanese presidency of the upcoming G7 Leaders Summit in Hiroshima, that this issue will be discussed, that we will see this issue clearly countered in a way, addressed in the final communique. This is a new issue for all countries to deal with, and only together will we be able to counter it. So we really need to see a permanent coordination mechanism, that willingness, that very clear message sent by the G7 countries to Beijing in Hiroshima in a couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. As for the human rights issues, each and every country's sovereignty is at stake. So now, let me have Funayama Yasue Councillor comment from her, and then after that, we would like to offer a microphone to the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Once again, we have heard about the human rights abuses, and under those circumstances, you have had the courage to come here and to speak to us. Thank you so much. I myself, as for this human rights abuse, I have heard many stories, but again, to hear from you personally here at this place, I feel so enraged. I need to solve this immediately. And also from the floor, we have many participants, many Diet members, and I am sure all of you are feeling as much as I do. So freedom, democracy, and human rights, this is transnational, and also within Japan, trans parties, we should all tackle together. So within that circumstance, we are here, we are this non-partisan association, so currently towards the Japanese government, strongly we should ask the government to do what they can do. During my introduction, 2 years ago and last year, the upper house and lower house, as for Myanmar, we have had the resolution, but as for Xinjiang and Chinese human rights oppressions condemnation resolution had been passed. But unfortunately, as for the country name is not written, and also for the human rights abuse word is not included. It says human rights situation is the word we have used. So once again, what kind of abuses are there? So we need to recognize the reality, and we should make that as the starting point, or otherwise the Japanese government's measures could not be fully realized. But within this resolution towards the government, please look into the detail of the reality. So those are the content being included. So based on this resolution towards the government, we would ask them to deepen further. And also, as for the Japanese government, the Chinese Communist Party, such kind of activities, the Japanese government should show the direction of the sanctions. So the conversation, cooperation, and actions are necessary. In any case, this situation, as soon as possible, we should eradicate. So we are having this meeting today, but unfortunately, at this very stage, those places with heavy abuse is in Asia. So what kind of Japan's role are there? I'm sure it is huge, so I hope to work together, and also together with the opinions of the Diet members, I would like to go further. Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Funayama. So as for this session, there are many Diet members who have here from the beginning. Any Diet members with comments, questions, please raise your hand. Anyone? Sakurai Sensei, then Sara Sensei, please. I would hand you over the microphone. Diet member Sakurai Shu, Thank you very much indeed for this symposium. And I myself, as a participant, I feel so grateful. Today, there are various topics being put on the table, and I don't have enough time to refer to each and all of them, so maybe later on. But one is about China with this huge economic zone and the solar panels. By not importing or not do any interaction with a Chinese company, that means economic impact would be very huge. So from that viewpoint, the Japanese companies, the distance between the China is one of the issues. Maybe they are sort of don't know what to do, contemplating. But as for this richness or the psychological fulfillment is always based on the human rights and freedom. So we should go back to those basics and think about those economic activities. We are in those kind of age. So from that viewpoint, maybe if I say something extreme, the Chinese economies and decoupling amongst them should be thought. So the level should be thought. So based on that, and together with each and every country's cooperation, we should think further. So that is my opinion. Thank you very much indeed. Sakurai Sensei, thank you very much indeed. And Sarah Champion Sensei, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you everybody for organising this remarkable event. I want to address my comments to the activists. I think everybody internationally who is in a parliamentary role knows what's happening in your countries, but we choose to turn a blind eye, I think because it's too difficult, it's too far away, or perhaps more realistically, because of the trade deals that we want. Seeing you here today, hearing your stories, is first-hand testimony, which we cannot ignore. So thank you for giving us the evidence that we need to make the arguments going forward to our governments to change. We have to change and we have to support you. Thank you for being here today. サラ議員、ありがとうございました。
Sarah, thank you very much for your comments. Upon your comments, do you have any more comments, feedback, observations? Garnett-san, please.
Well, thank you very much for everyone's presentation. I just wanted to raise the issue of forced organ harvesting and trafficking. In Canada, we just passed legislation to make it a criminal offense for someone to go abroad and receive an organ taken without consent. This means that if a Canadian went to China, received an organ that was harvested, they could be prosecuted for that offense back in Canada. A number of other countries have done that. I wonder if anybody has reflections on how a law like that might apply in the Japanese context or what we're seeing in terms of organ harvesting right now. Thanks.
ありがとうございます。今、ガネット議員の方から
Thank you very much. That is the organ transplantation and without the consent. Do you have any comments or feedback or current concerns? Any input, feedback on the organs, forceful transplantation, human organ transplantation? Do you have any concerns and comments on that?
It's a very crucial issue, especially for the Uyghurs. The end of 2016, when Party Secretary Chin Chuen-go was there, he mandatorily made every single Uyghur subject to forced DNA collection and a health check. At the beginning, we were not sure what this is for. We thought maybe they are trying to produce some sort of biological weapon against the Uyghurs. But then later, with the concentration camps, we started to hear the halal organs are being advertised in the Muslim majority countries, and to all over the Southeast Asia and Europe and North America, that people don't have to wait for months or years for organ harvesting. And the crematorias are being built next to the concentration camps for a culture that doesn't practice cremation. So what is all this for? That should have been a warning sign. But the international community still has been neglecting this. So a country like Japan, especially for the Western democratic countries, it's extremely important to implement the similar legislature that Canada just passed. Already, this genocide has been a profitable venture for the Chinese government with organ harvesting and the forced labor. So we do have a perpetrator over there, the Chinese Communist regime. But everyone else continue to stay silent or continue to treat China as a legitimate business partner, are being the enablers of this genocide. That must stop. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much, Ms. Funayama. Yes, the issue that we just raised, that is discussed in the Japanese Diet in 2018, that the human rights experts at the United Nations issued the concerns over the organ transplant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Genius. Last year, till the end of the year, the Canadian attorney for the human rights the issue came to Japan, and we were able to listen to the lecture, and I was able to also listen to the story from Mr. Abbas, and we understand that the many Uyghurs have been stolen the organs, so there have been many forced organ harvesting, and also in Japan, many people are visiting other countries to receive organ transplantation. So we are, in a way, enablers. So certainly the number of the organ transplant abroad is limited, but still large number of Japanese are receiving the organ transplant from the other countries. So within the League of the Parliamentarians, we are thinking of discussing this issue in a short while. Thank you very much for raising this issue. I think it makes sense to invite many countries, including Japan and Canada, to exchange views and also exchange the information. We still have 5 minutes or slightly less. So are there any comments from the members? If not, the Nagashima-san, please. Thank you very much. This is a precious opportunity. And the fourth session, I'd like to speak about Taiwan. And this is related to Hong Kong issue. This is a question to the representative from Hong Kong. And so here, when we started the League of Parliamentarians for the Human Rights, the policies. So in 2019, there were many things that happened in Hong Kong, and we felt that we are quite helpless. The international community had voices, but still this voice had not been reached to the ears of the Chinese government. In that respect, we were really helpless, and we were very much frustrated. And then looking at the social situation of Hong Kong, especially the Apple Daily, the people have been arrested. The people in the press have been arrested, and they stopped their activities. And also the bookshop, which had been selling the anti-government books, had been moved to Taiwan. They are still doing their activities, and Apple Daily Taiwan version is still operating, and they are issuing their copies. So I think I think we have to go back to the return of Hong Kong from the United Kingdom to China. Many people left the country, and then starting 2018 with the this new laws, there have been more repression in Hong Kong. Many people are leaving Hong Kong to live in other countries. Especially, many people have been going toward Taiwan. So I'd like to know how many people are moving to Taiwan and how people are viewing this situation regarding Taiwan. Thank you very much. So about this question, would you like to respond? William-san or Banana-san? Maybe starting with William-san. Please make some comments.
ご質問ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much for your question. In 2019 and also 2020, there had been the law to stabilize the public order, and so many of the Hong Kong people, the outside of the country, have been increasing. So we do not have any official data, but still it is clear that many people are leaving Hong Kong, and I'm one of them. However, having said that, in 2019, starting 2019 up until now, many people have been arrested in the movement, and also public unrest. And the 19,000 people have been arrested, and as was mentioned, people around the persons who are arrested, for example, their relatives and family members and friends, would be under the scrutiny of the government. So that's the reason why many people are thinking about going abroad, or maybe actually already shifted to the other countries. So physically, it is possible to go to the countries in the vicinity. So within Asia, it is important to go to democracy, and also it is important for the government to deal with the oppression of Chinese government. So Taiwan is considered to be one of the best destinations. And also against this backdrop, many people are looking at Japan as a destination. We can safely say that the priority order is higher in Japan. From Hong Kong, it's about 4 hours and a half on the airplane, and something happens, they are able to deal with the situation because of the very short the time difference. Time lag is only 1 hour and a half. So when something happens, it is easy to deal with that from Japan. However, one thing that I really feel regrettable about Japan is that in Japan, the people who come from outside of the country, including Hong Kong, are subject to the immigration policy, and the immigration policy has not been attenuated in the United Kingdom and Canada because of the existence of the human rights violation issues. They are now alleviating or the control over the immigration, so people under this situation have easier time getting into these countries, and I'd like Japanese government to do the same. And also, I talked about the figure in 2013. According to the official statistics, 18,000 Hong Kongese have been living in Japan, and already 10 years have passed. So I think there has been the clear increase. So I'm quite sure that the several tens of thousands of the Hong Kong people are in Japan. I'm sure they are contributing to society, and so. I think it is important to make sure that they have the status of residence, and also they have safety staying in Japan. So I think it is important for Japan to collaborate with the rest of the world so that Hong Kongese living in Japan or the people who are receiving the oppression outside of the country should have easier time getting into Japan.
Thank you very much, William-san. Now, the session 1 is coming to an end, and I would like to do the introduction.
Scott Morrison,
Former Australian Prime Minister, Mr. Scott Morrison.
そして、
And also former Prime Minister from Belgium, Verhofstadt.
Japan. そして、
And this is session 1 coming to an end. But once again, I would like to thank all the people who have spoken today. You are thinking about your homeland, and you have taken your risk and have raised your voice. we have received your opinion, and I hope we will have learned something from you. So session 1, this countering transnational repression session is finished. So please give big hand to the speakers. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Now we would like to have 15-minute coffee break. This venue and also the corridor outside, you are not able to drink here or in the corridor. So in the adjacent room, there is coffee or other beverages available. So please go to the next room. Session 2 starts at 10:45. So please relax. Thank you. And during the session 1, many Diet members have come, so let me read out the names. Matsubara Jin Sensei, Ishibashi Rintaro Sensei, Futo Hideshi Sensei, Mizuno Motoko Sensei, and Sakurada Yoshitaka Sensei. Thank you very much for coming today. Thank you. So up until 10:45, you would be having the coffee break on the adjacent room. Thank you.
まもなく、第2セッションのスタートになります。あと2分ほどで、10時45分セッション2のスタートになりますので、ごアナウンス申し上げます。それではお時間少し過ぎました。ご歓談楽しんでいただいて大変嬉しいのですけれども、セッション2に入らせて。
So let's start session 2. So please, everyone, be seated. So, this is session 2, Magnitsky Act within the International Society. There will be the MC from IPAC, Tokyo University's Mr. Igata. Professor, please. Igata Sensei, please. Thank you very much. From Tokyo University's Advanced Research Center, I am teaching there. My name is Igata Akira. My specialization is economic security, and also I am involved in IPAC activities. In this session 2, within the international society and Magnitsky Act. And as for this Magnitsky Act, if there is a human rights abuse, and if that abuse was conducted by individual or a group, then there will be a pinpoint sanction, like asset freezing. And as for this Magnitsky Act, 2022 in the United States it was enacted, and then later followed by United Kingdom, Canada, Baltic countries, EU, Norway. So European countries have all enacted this law. In 2021, at the end of 2021, Australia also became the country to adopt this. So there had been the debate about this Magnitsky Act, but when it passed, during that time, it was Scott Morrison, Prime Minister, who was involved. Mr. Morrison, during his term, United States, Australia, and United Kingdom, he has conducted the focus, and also Japan, the United States, Australia, and India, the Quad's activation. So within the Indo-Pacific region, cooperation had been heavily involved by Mr. Morrison. So within this Magnitsky Act and its formulation, and also the Indo-Pacific region, Mr. Morrison is going to talk about that. So please give your big hand. Mr. Scott Morrison, former Prime Minister of Australia.
Well, thank you very much for the kind invitation to be here, and can I particularly acknowledge the co-chairs of the members of the House of Representatives here who are co-chairs of the IPAC. Can I also acknowledge some former Prime Ministerial colleagues who are with us today, of course, Liz Truss, and can I also acknowledge the former Prime Minister of Belgium, Guy Verhofstadt, who I've travelled here this morning with, and it's great to have so many people here with us today, particularly so many members of the Japanese Parliament, and it's a great privilege for me to be able to come here today and share some thoughts on a topic that is very dear to our hearts, and for that to be part of the broader discussion that is being held here as part of the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. In 2014, Prime Minister Abe, the late Prime Minister Abe, and President Xi met on the margins of APEC in Beijing. The former US Deputy Secretary of State, Richard Armitage, is a fairly colourful character, as Aki would know. And he said they looked like they were smelling each other's socks when they met. Now, this was a pretty honest and a rather unsettling assessment of the meeting, but it may well be a very good metaphor for how international relations are going to be conducted in the Indo-Pacific in response to the rise of an increasingly assertive China in our region. The rise of China has defined the post-Cold War period and will continue to do so for generations to come. There have been many benefits. Deng Xiaoping's economic reforms brought more people out of poverty than at any time in world history. And that is something of an extraordinary achievement and something that should be celebrated. It's also true that the rest of the world has benefited from China's economic rise, and that includes Australia. Australia has never sought to contain economic growth in China. That has not been our purpose. From Nixon to Reagan, the courting of China provided a strategic counterbalance to the Soviet Union for the US, its allies and its partners. China had its own differences with the Soviet Union at the same time. Our interests aligned at that time. After the collapse of the Berlin Wall, though, the motivations and objectives for the US-Sino relationship changed. From at least the Clinton administration, a growing Chinese economy was seen as an end in its own right. It was seen as good for the world economy. Everyone benefits. There was always also a view that a more affluent China, with an expanding middle class, would ultimately lead to a more liberalised and possibly even democratic China. That was a view in the West. Those living, though, under the brutality of successive CCP regimes were living a very different experience. The benign and accommodating view of China over that time has proved to be, although well-intentioned, arguably one of the most misplaced assumptions in international relations since Neville Chamberlain proclaimed peace in our time on his return from Munich in 1938. That is not to draw an equivalence between these two things, but assumptions that are made in international relations are very important, and the West got that wrong. We saw this in how the West went to appease China's ambitions, and this included the conversion of island atolls into military installations in the South China Sea and petitioning global concerns about China's human rights record from the main track of the strategic dialogue with and about China. Xi Jinping's elevation to General Secretary of the Communist Party of the People's Republic of China at the 17th People's Congress in 2012 was a turning point for China and indeed the world. At the time, the prevailing view was that the new president would further modernise and grow China's economy while conducting important domestic reforms, including dealing with entrenched corruption. There was also hope for increased international engagement, including cooperation on global issues like climate change and maybe even human rights and religious freedoms. President Xi came across as a savvy, modern and internationally engaged political leader with a positive agenda. Now, President Xi has certainly ushered in a new era in China, but not one that many hoped would emerge. In her 2018 work, Elizabeth C. Economy, from the Council on Foreign Relations, described the new Xi era as China's third revolution after Mao and Deng. President Xi has pursued a new Chinese dream, grounded in an unapologetic, nationalist Marxist narrative of historical grievance for China's century of humiliation, as they call it, from 1849 to 1949, at the hands of Western imperial powers more broadly, which include the British, the Americans and the Japanese. This dream is to restore China, as they see it, to its rightful place as the hegemon of Asia and the Indo-Pacific, and to reset the world's rules-based order in China's favour to reflect their global ascension. The nationalist vision also requires the reunification of Taiwan within China by force if necessary, and fully reincorporating Hong Kong, and further centralising control and power in Beijing. We should not underestimate the appeal that this ambition has of this narrative with the Chinese population. President Xi knows this. It could even be strong enough to endure a downturn in China's economic fortunes resulting from the homegrown impact of COVID-19 and President Xi's repudiation of Deng's economic reforms that were so critical to China's economic success. China's militarist surge gives expression to President Xi's nationalist aspirations. President Xi's stated aim is to be able to fight and win wars and project force, his words. With a budget of more than $260 billion US, he is doing just that. The most recent report to Congress by the US Department of Defense in just December last year notes the PLA is already one of the largest militaries in the world with around 2.2 million military service members on active duty. China also has numerically the largest navy in the world with a battle force of 340 ships and submarines, including 15 nuclear-powered submarines, and there is more on the way. By 2024, China's second aircraft carrier will be commissioned for service. China is also improving its capability to counter submarine activity in the region through its surface ships and aircraft. China has the largest air fleet in the region and the third largest in the world, with around 2,250 combat aircraft, including fighters and bombers. At the end of 2022, China had 400 operational nuclear warheads and is likely to have as many as 1,400 by 2035. Now, this backed up by a growing arsenal of intercontinental ballistic missiles with a range of 5,500 kilometres and the world's leading technology in hypersonic missiles. Together with Russia and Iran, the PRC also leads the world in state-sponsored cyber attacks. And the first shots that would be fired in any conflict, as we saw in Ukraine. They're not bullets, they're bits and bytes that go to disable your military systems and your civil infrastructure. The authoritarianism of the Xi regime has also been on display through China's continued abuse of human rights, especially in Xinjiang. A New York Times investigation in 2019 cited internal speeches by President Xi in 2014 referencing, and I quote, struggle against terrorism, infiltration and separatism in Xinjiang, and the need to use the organs of dictatorship and to show absolutely no mercy. In August of last year, the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights reported on their assessment of human rights concerns in Xinjiang, Uyghur Autonomous Region, the XUAR. And they concluded that serious human rights violations have been committed against the Uyghur people that may constitute international crimes, in particular crimes against humanity, between at least 2017 and 2019. They found allegations of patterns of torture or ill treatment, including forced medical treatment and adverse conditions of detention. They were found to be credible, as were allegations of individual incidents of sexual and gender-based violence. The report cited far-reaching, arbitrary and discriminatory restrictions on human rights and fundamental freedoms, including on religious identity and expression. There are also serious indications of violations of reproductive rights through the coercive and discriminatory enforcement of family planning and birth control policies. Now, given the constraints that are placed on the UN when they undertake these investigations in China, that's about the most sanitised version of these abuses you're likely to read. Researchers at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, ASPI, identified and mapped more than 380 suspected detention facilities in the XUAR, highlighting re-education camps, detention centres and prisons that have newly built or been expanded since 2017. ASPI's 2020 report documenting Xinjiang's detention system stated that by as late as 2019, the available evidence suggested that many extrajudicial detainees in Xinjiang's vast re-education network were being formally charged and locked up in higher security facilities, including newly built or expanded prisons, or sent to walled factory compounds for coerced labour assignments. At least 61 detention sites had seen new construction and expansion work between July 2019 and July 2020. This includes at least 14 facilities still under construction in 2020, according to the latest satellite imagery available. ASPI noted that about 50% are higher security facilities, which may suggest a shift in usage from lower security re-education centres towards higher security prison-style facilities. Now, on September 26, 2020, Chris Buckley from the New York Times reported on President Xi's assessment of the situation in Xinjiang at a two-day planning conference. The Times reported that the President said, viewed overall, Xinjiang is enjoying a favourable setting of social stability with the people living in peace and contentment. And he went on to say that the facts have abundantly demonstrated that that is the Chinese government, national minority work has been a success. China is also not limiting their activities to their own country. ASPI's most recent report notes their actions to intimidate and influence the Chinese diaspora in Australia in relation to Xinjiang. Now, like Japan, Australia's economy has strong linkages with China, especially in our resources sector, and we are also an Indo-Pacific nation. We live here. Like Japan, Australia's national interest guides our decisions, and like Japan, we are a modern and proud democracy that shares a strong commitment to the global rules-based order, which was rightly described by Secretary Condoleezza Rice as the world order that favours freedom. Japan understands the need for engagement with China, as does Australia, but they also understand the need to build resilience in order to stand up to coercion. And key to Japan's approach has been drawing like-minded countries together around the notion of a free and open Indo-Pacific. This is the late Shinzo Abe's greatest legacy. Australia passionately shares this goal, as my government did when I was in office, as essential to achieving an enduring strategic balance in the Indo-Pacific, and we have worked closely with Japan to achieve these outcomes. As Prime Minister, I was proud to share this journey with 3 Japanese Prime Ministers, Abe-san, Suga-san and Kushida-san, who became trusted friends. The approach followed by Australia and Japan was to be as clear-eyed and resolute about China's threats and behaviour as we could, but pragmatic about our shared opportunities and interests. China has not yet adjusted to this rather forthright approach. Together with Japan, as well as the United States and India in the region, we have pushed back against China's assertiveness, and we have not been intimidated. Prime Minister Kishida's new national security strategy describes China's posture as unprecedented and the greatest strategic challenge in ensuring the peace and security of Japan and the peace and stability of the international community, as well as in strengthening an international order based on the rule of law. His new defence strategy notes that we live in a world of an historical inflection point and in the face of the most severe and complex security environment since the end of World War II. I made the same reflection in July of 2020, when at that time we were updating our defence strategy in Australia. I offered the same reflection, noting that we were witnessing the same dangerous combination of destabilising forces in the Indo-Pacific that we had seen in the 1930s, and outlined a significant reorientation of Australia's defence posture, and that has been continued under the new Australian government. I said we could not be complacent or blind to the threat, nor could we continue to indulge in passive appeasement of China's assertiveness, as this would only serve as an invitation. We are already on track to meet our goal of lifting defence spending to 2% of GDP, which we subsequently did achieve. We also ensured that we moved to refocus and reorientate our defence force posture to ensure we could keep potential adversaries further from Australia's shores, including the enhancement of our long-range defence strike capability, expanding our cyber warfare capabilities, and placing a priority focus on our immediate region. Our new objectives outlined were to shape Australia's strategic environment, to deter actions against Australia's interests, and respond with credible military force where required. And these goals are broadly shared with Japan. Now, this led to our enthusiastic advocacy and participation in the Quad Leaders Dialogue, where I served with Prime Minister Suga as a founding member of the dialogue. And Australia rejoined the Malabar Defence Exercises. The AUKUS Agreement, and again I acknowledge former Prime Minister who is here with us today, that is now a cornerstone agreement between Australia, the United States and the United Kingdom, and is a cornerstone of Australia's national security architecture along with ANZUS. We completed essential bilateral defence, intelligence and security arrangements with our partners in the region, including India and Japan, and we were the first nation to complete a reciprocal access agreement for our respective defence forces with Japan. My reason for highlighting all of this in the context of what I've been asked to talk to you about today is to highlight that any attempts to address human rights violations in China will never be achieved in a region where China enjoys strategic hegemony. It is only from the platform of a free and open Indo-Pacific that such worthy and important objectives can be practically pursued in a region that upholds and respects the global rules-based order. And this is an outlook I believe we share with Japan. In late 2021, my government moved to introduce a Magnitsky-style sanctions regime with bipartisan support to modernise our autonomous sanctions regime. This followed the adoption of key recommendations of a bipartisan Joint Parliamentary Committee report in December of 2020. When introducing the legislation to Parliament, we noted that Australia had a proud history of prioritising and protecting human rights globally, supporting the international rules-based order, and acting for the peace and security of the international community and using our existing country-specific autonomous sanctions regimes to those ends. Now, historically, there were 2 sanctions regimes operating in Australia. Those operating through the Charter of the United Nations Act to implement decisions of the United Nations Security Council, and through our Autonomous Sanctions Act and regulations from 2011 that could impose sanctions without reference to any United Nations decision. There are also measures available under our banking and customs regulations. Now, sanctions imposed under our Autonomous Sanctions Act address matters of international concern in specific countries or regions and required a regime to be put around those. This included the application of sanctions for human rights violations in Myanmar, Zimbabwe and Syria, and Russian threats to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine. And by April of 22, before our election, our government had imposed sanctions on nearly 750 individuals and entities under those arrangements in response to the illegal invasion before that election. Such situations include the grave repression of human rights or democratic freedoms of a population by a government, the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, or their means of delivery, and internal or international armed conflict. Now, while the power to impose sanctions under our Autonomous Sanctions Act was very broad, we did recognise that improvements could be made through the inclusion of thematic sanctions, such as those afforded by Magnitsky-style laws, to ensure we could respond in a more timely and flexible manner in sanctioning of individuals, where we considered this to be in Australia's national interests, including in concert with like-minded partners, without the need to first establish a country regime. The Autonomous Sanctions Regime, Magnitsky-style and Other Thematic Sanctions Amendment Act became law in December 2021. The bill enshrined 3 new thematic sanctions regimes: serious violations or serious abuses of human rights, activities undermining good governance and the rule of law, and including serious corruption and malicious cyber activity. The inclusion of a new thematic cyber regime, in addition to the Magnitsky-style sanctions, provided an additional tool of statecraft to serve alongside other law enforcement and operational mechanisms to enhance Australia's response to instances of egregious malicious cyber activity that impacted our interests. Now, under the new laws, the Foreign Minister was given the authority to impose sanctions with the agreement of the Attorney General, where they were satisfied a person or entity had engaged in, had been responsible for, or had been complicit in an act that constituted a serious violation or serious abuse of a person's right to life, or right not to be subjected to torture or cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment, or a right not to be held in slavery or servitude, or right not to be required to perform forced or compulsory labour. The application of Australia's human rights sanctions regime is reserved for the most egregious situations of international concern. And at the time of its introduction, we were careful to stress that sanctions would only be applied as a tool of Australia's foreign policy. In other words, there should be no presumption regarding our use of these powers. They were to be considered by Australia in accordance with our values and our interests on a case-by-case basis. To reinforce this point, I ensured it was my government's policy that consideration of any such sanctions must include discussion by the National Security Committee of Cabinet before the Foreign Minister could make any final determination. One of the risks of introducing Magnitsky-style laws is that countries are set up to become de facto international courts of justice. Now, that's not our role as governments, nor did I see it as the purpose of these laws. We did not create these laws to become the instrument of others' agendas, no matter how noble. Like all of our laws, they are to be exercised in our own sovereign interests, taking into account our own network of partnerships and alliances. There should therefore be no expectation of their use other than for the reasons we decide. This includes rejection of any view that because sanctions have been applied by one of our partners, they should be applied by Australia. And if we choose to apply them in one set of particular circumstances, that they must be applied by force of precedent in others. Like Japan, Australia has its own sphere of interest that is primarily focused on our region. For Australia, our perspective is also influenced by the fact we are the most successful multicultural and immigration nation on earth. As a result, Australia is home to many diaspora communities. This means that from time to time, Australia will become especially aware and may choose to impose sanctions as a consequence of the distress and harm caused to these communities in Australia. Since the enactment of the Magnitsky-style laws, Australia has imposed sanctions on 68 individuals and 3 entities involved in egregious human rights violations and abuses. This began on the 29th of March 2022. My government imposed our first set of Magnitsky sanctions, starting with the 14 Russian individuals responsible for the serious corruption that Sergei Magnitsky exposed, and another 25 Russian perpetrators and accomplices of his abuse and death. Since then, Magnitsky sanctions have been applied by the new Australian government against senior law enforcement, political and military figures in Iran, Myanmar, and most recently Russian individuals involved in the attempted assassination of former opposition leader Alexei Navalny. All of these were done with bipartisan support, and I commend the new government on undertaking these sanctions. The question naturally arises, though, whether our new sanctions regime should now be applied to any Chinese nationals for human rights abuses, especially in Xinjiang. There is certainly credible and actionable evidence that has been gathered against such individuals. It is now a matter for the new government to consider. While it would be naive to believe that targeted sanctions of Chinese officials in Xinjiang or higher up would lead to the elimination of such abuses, this argument alone does not negate the merit of such sanctions. As a former Prime Minister, I understand there are always practical issues to consider within the relationship, not the least being the practical issues of possible impacts on Australian citizens being held by the Chinese government. However, one argument that should not prevail is that we would not progress such sanctions for a fear of political, trade or diplomatic reprisals from the Chinese government. Like Japan and countries like Lithuania, Australia has paid a very real price for standing up to China. We tightened our foreign investment rules, especially for strategic investments in our transport, energy, telecommunications and data infrastructure. We denied Chinese companies any role in building our 5G telecommunications network. My predecessor, Malcolm Turnbull, bravely created new laws to prevent Chinese interference in our universities and our political system. We supported our Southeast Asian neighbours when they pushed back against China's incursions and claims in the South China Sea. I called for an independent inquiry into the origins of COVID and successfully pursued this call through the World Health Assembly. The Chinese government responded by imposing illegal trade restrictions on Australian products and putting Australia in the diplomatic deep freeze, engaging in regular public tirades against Australia with their wolf warrior diplomats. I'm pleased that this diplomatic dialogue has resumed between Australia and China. I am pleased that it has resumed. It should never have been terminated by the Chinese government in the first place. I'll be more pleased when all the illegal trade sanctions are removed. And this is not something we should be thankful for, it's something we should demand and expect. The resumption of dialogue has occurred because Australia took a strong stand. We took action with friends like Japan, India, the United States, the United Kingdom, and rallied like-minded countries through initiatives such as the Quad and AUKUS to call out the bullying of the Chinese government. Going forward, I am pleased the new Australian government can take advantage of China's change in tactics, but they must be careful not to change our posture or resolve or give the impression of such change. President Xi may have changed his tactics, but I believe his intent is still very much the same. And you can be sure that President Xi is keeping his Chinese dream alive. So going forward, to draw from Richard Armitage, Australia must continue to be prepared to smell China's socks. Thank you all very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, the Prime Minister Morrison, for your comprehensive talk. You talked about the implementation of Magnitsky Act and how it was brought into the arena. And so before starting the panel session, I'd like to introduce the speakers, introduce the parliamentarians. So allow me to speak. Mr. Akihisa, Nagashima, Mr. Asada, Mr. Hiroe, Mr. Sakurai, Mr. Kaneko, Mr. Otsuka, Mr. Funayama, Mr. Funayama, and Mr. Tamaki, Mr. Lee, and Verhofstadt, General Champion, and the Listras, and Garnett Genuis, and from Canada, and so on. So from now, we'd like to have a panel discussion. I'd like to introduce 4 Japanese speakers, and allow me to introduce from LDP, Mr. Aisawa Ichiro, and also立憲民主党, the GDP, the Mr. Matsuzawa, and also Ishin, the Mr. Kushida, and also from Kokumin Minshu, Mr. Seiji Maehara. So these are the parliamentarians. So based on that, so I'd like to know the comments. I'd like to listen to the voices from the Japanese, but still we'd like to start with the representative from UK and Canada. Could you tell us a bit about Magnitsky, how it is implemented? First, Ms. Sarah Champion, would you tell us about what is being done for Magnitsky?
よろしくお願いします。
Thank you, and can I thank Scott Morrison for such a powerful introduction and for all he's done in this field. In the UK, an all-party parliamentary group on Magnitsky sanctions was established through the joint effort of IPAC and Redress, and the co-chairs of the APPG are IPAC co-chairs Ian Duncan-Smith and IPAC member Chris Bryant. I'm very thankful for all of their work. Since then, what's happened in the UK is we've secured a parliamentary debate by the co-chair on the Magnitsky sanctions. That was last December. The UK legislation has been used extensively to deal with the situations in Iran and Belarus in 2020. To date, the UK has 108 designations under the Magnitsky regime, and that's 14% of global sanctions. However, the UK global sanctions regime is entirely within the power of government. Legislators cannot compel the government to impose sanctions, and there is no mechanism for parliamentary oversight. Further, the government can refuse to impose sanctions if they believe there to be a strong foreign policy-based reason. This means that the UK use of sanctions since passing the legislation in 2019 has been asymmetric. China is a good example. Despite heavy parliamentary pressure for sanctions upon those responsible for suspected atrocity crimes in Xinjiang for more than a year, the UK has only sanctioned 4 mid-ranking officials. In contrast, sanctions were imposed upon Iranian and Belarusian officials almost immediately. So there is a clear room for improvement in the way we implement our sanction regime in the UK to prevent important trading partner nations from getting a free pass. 2 ways that our sanction regime could be improved, which may be a cautionary tale for jurisdictions that do not yet have Magnitsky sanctions in place. 1, there should be some mechanisms to ensure parliamentary oversight to prevent asymmetric use of sanction legislations. And 2, it would make a lot of sense for there to be G7-wide coordination on sanctions to prevent disunity between key democracies on our approach to fundamental human rights. Thank you.
どうもありがとうございます。
Thank you very much indeed. So specific measures, Magnitsky Act sanctions, there is the parliamentary oversight. And also for the specific sanctions together with the G7 cooperation, and let's target to the same entity. So thank you very much for your important comment. Then, as for Canadian Conservative Party, Garnett Genuis, please.
Washington, D.C. here in Tokyo.
Yes, thank you. It's wonderful to be here, and many of my comments will be very similar to those just made by my colleague from the UK. Canada was, I think, the first country in the world to pass Magnitsky sanctions legislation over 5 years ago now. And so we're now at the point of learning the lessons from that first round and having various proposals come forward to update and strengthen the framework. And here's what we found. Magnitsky sanctions legislation provides a tool to government. Our government has used it in certain limited cases, but from the perspective of many members of parliament, the use has not been sufficient or consistent enough. The goal with Magnitsky sanctions should be to deter human rights abuses. We want to hold abusers accountable, but fundamentally before that, ideally we would be deterring those abuses in the first place, which means providing that consistency and that certainty so that those that are considering being complicit in human rights abuses will maybe reconsider that decision on the basis of the probability of having sanctions applied to them. As Bill Browder has eloquently explained in various fora, the world is different today than it was, let's say, during the last Cold War. Today, there is much more kind of interpenetration. People from China want to be able to travel, send their children to the West, move their money to the West, and they want to have an escape valve if things turn against them. Magnitsky sanctions are a way of saying to people, if you cross a certain threshold in terms of involvement in human rights abuses, you will not have that opportunity to escape, move your money, travel, etc. So the deterrent effect is really potentially powerful, but we need to be consistent across countries, in having like-minded countries be united in imposing sanctions, and also consistent in terms of applying in every case where those abuses occur. And what we've come up with in Canada is the best way to move this agenda forward is to have a parliamentary trigger, not just to provide the tool to the government and say it's up to you to decide when and how, but at least to have a mechanism where members of parliament, parliamentary committees can nominate individuals for sanctions, and that the government has to, at the very least, provide some kind of a response to that nomination. So we have a bill currently working its way through the process, Bill C-281. It's before the Foreign Affairs Committee right now being considered, that would introduce a mechanism of parliamentary trigger where a parliamentary committee can vote nominating individuals to be sanctioned. And I think that process of nomination in and of itself will have an impact in terms of deterring these kinds of abuses. But then the government of Canada is not just, or any government as the case may be, is not totally within their discretion when to apply these, but there is that mechanism of pressure there. So hopefully more countries will adopt this legislation, but that you will learn from the gaps in the earlier versions of our legislation and include parliamentary trigger mechanisms right out of the gate. And I think we can do more to collaborate internationally on this, whether that's through some formal or informal mechanism to say that if someone is being sanctioned by a number of like-minded countries, likely we'd like to see those individuals sanctioned by all like-minded countries so that they don't have, there's not an exception where they can travel to if necessary. Thank you very much.
どうもありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. As for the Magnitsky Act, is not the objective is to do the sanctions, but to deter is the important factor. So now, Australia, United Kingdom, and Canada stories from the Japanese side. Aisawa Ichiro Sensei, please. LDP House of Representative Member Aisawa Ichiro. Today, IPAC, Tokyo Symposium, has been very fruitful. So for those people who have worked hard, thank you very much indeed. And also, in session 2, the Magnitsky Act within the international community, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I myself, Japan-Australia parliamentarians committees head. So from that viewpoint, to have Mr. Scott Morrison to be here today in Canberra, right after he was designated as a Prime Minister, I have visited Australia. I have fond memories of that. So today I have heard about the Magnitsky Act in Australia and decision process and resolution and how to have the feasibility and how important these human rights are. And we have heard from Mr. Morrison, and thank you very much for your speech today. As for Myanmar, I am deeply involved. In 2011, when it has the transition to democracy, at first, Thein Sein, president, he is a military person, but he has had the suits, and he has started a new country. In 2015, in peacefully, there was the fair election, and Aung San Suu Kyi, NLD, was officially started the government. In Japan, supported Myanmar strongly, and Myanmar is a very pro-Japan country and to have the good direction. And in 2020, 5 years, the election was held, and NLD also won and also won more seats. But right after that, Min Aung Hlaing, commander, the military person, had conducted coup d'etat. And since then, 2 years have passed, and the Myanmar situation is, as you know, fully aware. And to have Mr. Morrison today is not that because of that, but I wanted to talk about that because the foreign people are unjustly detained, and the number is quite huge. And the most number of time detained is the Australian national. I forgot the name of this person, but is an economist, university professor. And he was the advisor of Aung San Suu Kyi, and just because of that, he was detained for a long time. So this is a very, very serious human rights abuse. I was very astonished. So that's the military's attitude. So I want to mention that as well.
So that they're pointing the gun to their own citizens, burning down the villages, those violence and atrocity continues. Although that the military army stated that they would run the elections, but those elections are not internationally accepted, usually democratic elections, not at all. So what we have to pursue, so the values that we have to uphold is that liberty, freedom, and the rule based on democracy, so that the Myanmar is located on the far opposite of our universal values. And we would like to articulate the importance of the rule-based order. Sure, in China, they have the legislations and rules and the legal framework, but we have to pay more attention on how to exercise those laws and what are the laws. Those laws are designed to protect the citizens and the safety of the citizens. And those laws are based on the democracy, liberty, and human rights. This is something that we have to watch and be careful. Sure, the elections based on the citizens of rights. How many countries are based on that democratic elections out of the more than 100 countries that people pointed out the democracy is beginning to be at the corner. There are a lot of autocratic rules in the government which are opposite of the democracy. Those autocratic governments are burgeoning and increasing the numbers. So in Japan, the Japanese version of the Magnitsky Act should be enacted in a minute. And learning from Australia, US, and UK, we have to have the thorough discussion to develop the Japanese version of the act. And at the same time that we have to secure feasibility and effectiveness of that laws, the spirit of this act is not the sanction, but the deterrence. And the Japanese citizens have to understand why the Magnitsky law is important, and the onus is placed on us, the legislators. Thank you very much for the invitation to make the comment at this conference. And citizens, military citizens, country that the Myanmar would be the peaceful and rule-based country. That is our wish. Thank you very much, Mr. Aisawa. Now let's move on to the Matsubara Sensei. I'm concerned about time, so that could you make the comment within 4 or 5 minutes? Thank you very much for the invitation. My name is Matsubara of the members of the parliament. Well, Japan is the only country in the developed nations without Magnitsky Act. And Magnitsky Act, there is no Magnitsky Act in Japan, and I'm concerned deeply about the fact. And our party last year proposed that the draft of the Magnitsky Act to the Diet, but the Diet continues to discuss and review our draft. And Magnitsky Act draft is a partisan collaboration. Therefore, I would like to see the enactment of the Magnitsky Act based on our draft. There are a lot of the discussions and opinions about the Magnitsky Act, that is the restrictions of the activities or freezing the assets. So Magnitsky Act and the protection of the human rights is a two sides of the one coin, and it is including that the prohibit the import of the certain products from the certain countries, and at the same time that we have to verify that the forcible labor, and if there is if that forceful labor is likely to be improved, that we have to monitor. And if there's no possibility of the improvement, that we will exercise that Magnitsky Act. So what matters, what we are concerning is about the no information about the forceful labor or the human right abuse, so that it is impossible for only Japan to collect those information to verify the situation of the human right abuse or forceful labor to exercise the Magnitsky Act. Therefore, in our act, it says that the verification of the forceful labor and the human rights abuse trigger the exercise of an act. And the human rights, humanism, and uphold the rule of law and the freedom, democratic process, and the equity under that law. That is the biggest asset of our democratic history, and we are very proud of this universal values. So this Magnitsky Act should be triggered as that human rights, rule of law, freedom. So those G7 countries with like-minded countries with those values should collaborate and to collect the information to verify the real situations. Sure that we would be happy to share the information and to listen to the intelligence of the G7 countries. So the country against the countries like China, the G7 countries should stand together and express a statement in a forceful manner, because so the collaboration, the unification, or the harmony is important, and under the banner of the democracy, rule of law, human rights. And our political party, have already submitted the draft to the Diet, and the Human Rights Due Diligence Act should be the second candidates to be enacted. So that is that we collaborate with the like-minded countries. Thank you very much. Mr. Matsubara, thank you very much for your comment. Matsubara Sensei is the chairman of the human rights organization in the Constitutional Democratic Party of Japan. My name is Kushida of the Upper House Diet, and as my colleagues pointed out, the Magnitsky Act is the deterrence of the human rights abuse. But if we did not have this act, what would have happened? And in the class of the Constitution, this act is useful to deter somebody to deliver some messages and communication. In other words, that if you take actions or if you communicate or sending the message, that the families of these people would be sanctioned, detained, punished by the authoritarian government. So that is the root cause of that we are suffering from the lack of the information to verify the situation. As we discussed earlier, the solar panels are manufactured by the Uyghurs, forced labor. A lot of the Japanese citizens are shocked. Well, that we are enjoying that the electricity produced by the solar power, but there's very few Japanese who know that the solar panels are manufactured by the Uyghurs forced labor. So without knowing that the Japanese citizens are enjoying our civilized life based on that forced labor, therefore that we have to stop this. Therefore, that we have to put into the mechanism to collect the information, and once that human rights are abused, then we have to enact the Magnitsky Act as soon as possible.
Then, in the League of Parliamentarians, Mr. Kanno and I had been collaborating with that. And then back then, about the establishment of the Magnitsky Act, we had thorough discussion as to how we are able to do that. So we had some time-limited discussions, but in recent months, things have been different. So in this, maybe this could be done in the ordinary session, but maybe if it is impossible, then we could do that in the extraordinary session of the Diet. If not, Japan will be very much left behind from the major trend of the world. And also, this we could become the enabler of the human right infringement. So thank you very much for giving me this time to speak about this issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Kushida. Lastly, Mr. Maehara from the Democratic Party. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very happy to be able to participate in this IPAC Tokyo Symposium. And I am also very grateful for giving me this opportunity to speak up. And especially I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation to Ms. Nagashima and Ms. Funayama for serving as the co-coordinator for this the symposium, and also for their very good leadership. And also we were able to listen to the wonderful presentation by the former Prime Minister Scott Morrison of the Australia. I'd like to make some comments on how I felt about these comments and also the input. And there had been some mentioning about China. As a matter of fact, when I was studying at the university, I specialized in the international relations, and I was able to learn from the mentorship of Professor Kosaka. And also I wrote the dissertation about the modernization of China. And the Cultural Revolution was there, and China was deeply hurt. And we use the term dormant country, China, and it was about time when they engaged themselves into the 4 modernizations, especially in 1978 in December. The CCP assembly was made, and they decided to adopt the openness of the country, introducing the technology from outside of the country, and they decided to establish the economic zone, the promotion zone. And as was mentioned by the Prime Minister Morrison, with the advancement of economy in China, we expected the country to be open, and also they will be in line with the diversity. But there have been several issues. Well, maybe this was based on the misunderstanding of the Soviet Union. Maybe there had been some economic background. So perestroika and also glasnosti are the information disclosure and the political reform. And with that, the Soviet Union was very much hurt. So that was the problem, and that was the kind of learning that he had. So they decided not to. They decided to continue on with the monopoly of the Communist Party. And then in 1989, the Tiananmen Square incident happened, and Deng Xiaoping said one thing. And back then, they had the population of 700 million people, which is about half of the current situation. To protect the 700 million people, it is all right to let die the tens of hundreds of people. So, but hundreds of people, hundreds of tens of people. And so back then we were sure that China was about to go into the new path, and so that means that they were about to collaborate with other countries by hiding their strengths, but now they are having the different policy. So that means that they have the Chinese dream, and the hegemony is a term. Actually, this is not a term they are using, but hegemony is the actual thing that they do. They have the bare ambition to be stronger and stronger, and so they are doing that in a very strategic manner, in terms of economy, in terms of other areas as well. At 22.5, they try to be number one in 2049 in 25 area, and also BRI is other things. So Belt and Road Initiative, and also the Silk Road in the sea, and Silk Road in the terrestrial atmosphere, the terrestrial land. So they have been engaging in all these. So right after the World War II, there have been the ideological contention between the West and East, but now there is the hegemonial conflict between between the United States and China. So the entire world is divided into two blocks. Then one of them here is it has the moot point of the human rights the violation. So when we talk about the contention between China and the United States, this is about how we deal with people. So nationalistic way of the thinking about the country could be the one to control the entire world, or maybe the country that is focused on the human rights, freedom, equity, and rule of law. So which party, or which country, which way, or which school of thought would be the controlling power in the future? So this is the conflict between two civilizations. And we have been talking about this, and also we have been hearing about many comments. Japan, in the area of human rights, should do our best. So the leading countries have been doing their best. And so it is important for Japan to exert our effort for the sanctions against the violation of human rights. So it is important to protect human rights and freedom and equity. So in that respect, it is important for Japan to establish the Magnitsky Act. And also G7 countries and also advanced countries have been working on it, and Japan is the only country where Magnitsky Act have not been implemented. So we have to look back into this and see this as a serious issue. This is we have to learn from the external the trend, and also bipartisan approaches should be implemented. And so this is a forum from which we are able to learn a great deal. So again, the keyword is bipartisan. So the Magnitsky law should be introduced. So against this backdrop of the conflict between the two civilizations, we have to pay our due, and we have to do our best to fulfill our responsibility. That's all. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Maehara, for a very meaningful input. So after this, I was thinking of taking questions from the floor, but it's already past the scheduled time. So we'd like to go back to former Prime Minister Scott Morrison. Would you like to say a few words, maybe at the end? So listening to the input, could you tell us a bit about how you think about it?
Well, thank you, and thank you for the discussion. I think the contributions have been very, very useful.
I think you may need to turn the mic off. There's a switch on the top.
Okay.
There we go.
How's that? Very good. Well, thank you for the opportunity to say a few things at the end, and can I thank all the other participants for their contributions. I think that's been incredibly useful. I mean, there are countries like Canada and the United Kingdom that went before Australia in doing all of this, and I think this is something you learn along the way. When we were putting ours together, I was conscious of the fact that Japan at that point had not introduced a Magnitsky regime, and nor by Australia doing it did I wish to send a message that this was something that Japan should be doing. And we had conversations about that at a senior level. So I think Japan should make up its own mind about what it wants to do, whether it thinks it's the right thing to do, and there seems to be a fair bit of consensus around that, at least in this room. That's a matter for Japan. There's the suggestion that if there's not a Magnitsky regime, then there's no action being taken on human rights, I think is wrong. I think Japan does take actions on human rights. So when we looked at it, we already had an autonomous sanctions regime and a UN-based sanctions regime. And to be honest, when we did all the sanctions off the invasion of Ukraine, we did it not under Magnitsky, we did it under the other regime that was already there because we could create a country regime. So Magnitsky's great, but it's not the whole cake. You know, it's a slice. And it's an important one because it gives you discretion, flexibility, you can move fairly quickly, and that's good. We could not or would not have, I don't think, ever have moved on any sanction issue with respect to China without Magnitsky laws. And the challenge for us was we came into our Magnitsky laws at the end of 2021. We moved through a fairly comprehensive process to consider the first round of them. That got us to sort of mid-March. There was an election in May. And if you're going to, particularly in the Indo-Pacific, for countries like Japan and Australia, if you're going to go down the path of applying sanctions in your own region in particular, there's got to be a bit of dialogue amongst partners as well. You don't just drop this on the table. And from our government's point of view, there just simply wasn't the window between that first round and when the election was. But there was a lot of work done about what could be done. So that's why it's appropriately now the consideration of the new government, and I wish them well with that. But from the lessons learned from the UK and Canada, who are way out ahead in front of on these issues, and we followed in their path and sought to learn from both, the opportunities there for Japan, I think, to do the same. But I would go back to the fundamental point I was going to make, and former Prime Minister Truss, I imagine, will make some of these comments later today. Unless you have a free and open Indo-Pacific where the rule of law can actually function, we can apply as many sanctions as we like. And if you really want to what's going to condition and ensure that the rule of law operates in our region, you do need a durable strategic balance in place, which is what I always understood from what Abe-san was saying and followed so passionately up by Suga-san and Kushida-san. Japan has led the way for a free and open Indo-Pacific. We wholeheartedly embrace that idea. And that is the platform upon which you can do everything else, but never lose sight of the first platform. And there are no greater friends to Australia in our region than Japan on that front.
Scott Morrison, then Shushou.
Mr. Scott Morrison, thank you very much indeed for your comment. So, session 2, the Magnitsky Act in international society would be coming to an end. So all the speakers, thank you very much indeed. Now, we are going to have the lunch break. So for all the participants, we do have lunch boxes. So please go to the next multi-purpose room. Please move to the next room. And after the lunch session, there will be from 12:30, former Prime Minister from Belgium would be giving us the luncheon speech. So from the human rights diplomacy, from the European viewpoint. So we look forward to former Prime Minister of Belgium's speech. So please enjoy your lunch in the adjacent room. So 12:30 is the next lunch session. So please enjoy. Thank you very much indeed.
そして通訳レシーバーなんですけれども、隣に移動される際はぜひ、手に持ってご自身の通訳レシーバーを手に持って
Please go to the adjacent room, and if you are going to the next room, and please bring your interpreting receiver. If you are leaving as of now, then please return the receiver. So from the mass media, thank you very much indeed for coming. From 12:30, we have the lunch session. Belgium's former Prime Minister, Mr. Verhofstadt, is going to make the lunch session speech. So people from the media, please do remain and go to the adjacent room. Please enjoy your lunchbox, but come back to the 12:30 lunch and speech. Thank you.
テスト、お食事中失礼します。多目的ホールマイクテスト中、多目的ホールのマイクの確認をしております。 マイクテスト中。多目的ホールマイクテスト中。多目的ホールのマイクの確認をしております。テスト。ただいま多目的ホールのマイクのテスト中です。ワイヤレスマイク多目的ホールマイクテスト中です。ランチタイムに失礼いたします。多目的ホールマイクの確認中です。マイクテスト中です。多目的ホールマイクテスト中でございます。マイクテスト中です。
多目的ホール、マイクのテストです。多目的ホールマイクのテスト。
マイクのテスト中です。
すいません、まもなくセッションに入りますが、通訳レシーバーを持ってない方はぜひ事務局にお申し付けください。通訳レシーバーが必要で、通訳
If you need the interpreting device, please come to the Secretariat. We would like to start in about a few minutes.
はい。それではまもなく
We'll be starting the lunch session soon, so please be seated. We'll be having Mr. Verhofstadt from Belgium and Mr. Yamashita Takashi. So if you would like to listen in Japanese, then please ask for the receiver. If you're only good at Japanese, then please do have the receiver interpreting receiver. This camera で顔とかは見えないんですかしら。カメラで顔とかは見えないんですかね。向こうのお部屋の顔とか。あ。Okay, so thank you for waiting. This is we now have reached the time of the lunch session, so we would like to begin. As for luncheon speech, we would like to have the speech from the Belgian former Prime Minister, Mr. Verhofstadt. Thank you. Please give big hands. So, as for luncheon session, we would like to have the welcome speech from Mr. Yamashita Takashi, former Justice Minister. Yamashita Sensei, please.
And it is great honor for me to speak here, this podium. And my name is Takashi Yamashita, and I was a former Justice Minister who was supposed to be in charge of human rights. And so I have a great honor to introduce you His Excellency, Mr. Verhofstadt, the former Prime Minister of Belgium. The theme of this luncheon session is what human rights diplomacy, especially on China, should look like from the EU perspective. Is that right? More or less, okay. And no speaker could be more appropriate. Belgium is the center of Europe and home of the European Union and NATO. Belgium consists of 3 regions and 3 language communities and multilingual such as French, Dutch, German, and English, and a multicultural country. Uniting Belgium requires as much effort as uniting Europe. And His Excellency Mr. Verhofstadt has been a driving force for the realization of European values as Prime Minister of Belgium for almost 10 years and as a member of the European Parliament for 10 years, right? Okay. And human rights diplomacy is not hard power, which is based on military or economic power, but soft power, which represents a moral high standard. As His Excellency Mr. Verhofstadt once stated about soft power in Global Soft Power Index 2022, soft power, like hard, is increasingly something we do together as Europeans. And he said about hard powers such as China and Russia, he said, in contrast, the soft power of the hard powers remains limited. While their economic and geopolitical presence has continued to expand and their propaganda power is huge, their truly soft attraction remains far less impressive. Human rights diplomacy is one of the most important pillars of the soft power. And I would like to share with you what human rights diplomacy, especially on China, should be from His Excellency and who shares our value. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former Prime Minister of Belgium, His Excellency Mr. Verhofstadt. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yamashita. Thank you very much for your introduction. All the details you have given are right, more or less. But my intention is in the sense and in the spirit of the work of this morning to talk about a European perspective, or as I see Ms. Lustruz here, a European Union perspective on China. And I want to start, in fact, to remember a book that, in my opinion, is the most appealing book on China that has been published in recent years. That's the autobiography of a Chinese artist and activist, Ai Weiwei, under the title 1,000 Years of Joys and Sorrows. An impressive autobiography, because in this book, Ai Weiwei tells the story not only of himself, but also of his father. His father was Ai Qing, who was in the 20th century maybe the most important writer-poet in China. And he describes, in fact, through the life of his father during the Cultural Revolution and after the Cultural Revolution. He described how the hope of Chinese modernity first was boosted with economic openness, and then later on was completely crushed with the country's internal inflexibility and autocratic rule. And his story, he was the son of one of China's most respected poets. He was at the same time also, as an architect, he was responsible for the Olympic Bird's Nest Stadium in 2008 during the Olympics. And then, in a few years' time, from a central artist and public figure in China, he was arrested, he was expelled, in 2015. He went to Europe, to Germany, lives today in Portugal. And I think the life of Ai Weiwei tells more of the story of China than whatever other career, I should say, or lifetime of a Chinese artist. And the fall of Ai Weiwei as an artist and an activist, well, repeated itself in the dramatic events in Hong Kong, when during the last years the Chinese Communist Party crushed an open, a vibrant, a democratic society. We all remember how it started. One country, two systems was the promise, and how quickly that proved to be untrue. And today, I don't think that there is somebody who have still illusions anymore on this. No illusions anymore about what the communist regime commitments were worth. And more important, let's be clear about Hong Kong. Despite the bravery of the citizens of Hong Kong, we have to recognize that we, the West, the democratic countries, abandoned them, leaving them alone in their fight the last years, even though they were fighting our fight. And my participation in IPAC is a direct consequence of what happened in Hong Kong. I was never interested in the Interparliamentary Alliance on China until everything what happened in Hong Kong. And we as IPAC, we have all different political opinions, naturally. We come from different political parties, we have different backgrounds, we have different experiences, and maybe some of you were certainly quicker to see through China, and some were maybe more optimistic or more pessimistic than others about China. But I think we can easily say today that we all share one conviction, and that is the urgent need to counter the systemic threat that China represents to our democracies and to our rule-based order. Because, let's be honest, China is not alone. Since more than a decade now, we live in what I call a new age of empires that differs from previous ages. The previous age was 1945, 1989, Cold War. Then 1989 until 2012, the wave of liberal democracy. And we have to recognize that we live in a new period, what I call a new age of empires, a dangerous world dominated by a cruel competition, not between individual nations, but between big blocs, between empires. China, well, is not a nation. China is a civilization. It's Han, with different ethnies inside their borders. And the same is true for India. India is 2,000 nations, 2,000 different ethnies, 20 languages spoken, 4 big religions, and at the same time, hopefully also in the future, the biggest democracy. And then Russia, the US. It will be a cruel competition. It is a cruel competition, not only politically or in the military field, but also economically, and even more important, on technology. And not only, I should say, on Earth, but also in space. So what is happening in this new age of empires, and what we're seeing, is that individual nations living outside the umbrella of one of these blocks are not secure and risk to become the battlefield of this new competition between these new and old empires. That's the reason, ladies and gentlemen, why Sweden and Finland are breaking today with their old-fashioned attitude of neutrality and wants to become member of NATO. That's also the reason why an urgent, and in my opinion, in-depth reform of the European Union is absolutely needed so that it can become a real geopolitical player, not only with words, but also in action. And that's definitely also the reason why there is today a brutal war raging in Ukraine. Moreover, this new age of empires, in my opinion, will be fueled by an existential fight between two systems, autocracy at the one hand and democracy at the other hand. Everybody remembers the works of Francis Fukuyama. He was wrong, let's say it very bluntly, when he predicted after the collapse of the Soviet Union the end of history and the victory of liberal democracy and the free market economy. The reality is history never ends. So the question remains what we can learn from it, how to win the battle for freedom and democracy, how to defeat in the upcoming decades autocracy and totalitarian rule. I have 5 points to make on this. First, to recognize, because that's the first thing that you need to do, to recognize the problem, to recognize the evil of autocratic ruling. And autocratic rule is not an efficient and effective way of managing a society through shortcutting and bypassing difficult processes of democratic decision-making. That has become today a very popular belief, that autocratic rule is superior to democratic management because it goes faster, it goes easier, without all the burden of difficult processes of democratic decision-making. Well, on the contrary, autocracy is crude and cruel as we always feared it was. Autocratic communist rule in China has led to the end of democracy in Hong Kong. We said it already. It has led to a genocide against ethnic minorities in China, especially the Uyghurs. And speaking about cruelty, I saw with my own eyes what happened in Ukraine today. I visited Bucha already in April, just after the beginning of the war last year. And what since then happened in Mariupol or in Kharkiv or in Dnipro or in Kramatorsk can only remind us the horrors, I think, of the Second World War and of Russia's brutal rule under Stalin. So we have first thing to do to recognize what we see, the evil of autocratic and totalitarian rule. But the second lesson is, maybe less optimistic, the fact that we see the evil of autocratic rule does not mean that democracy is self-evident. Everybody sees the bad things about autocratic rule. Oh, everybody will become democratic. It's not that simple, unfortunately. The idea that economic growth would lead, I should say, automatically to a middle class, and that in turn would automatically lead to demands for participation and for democracy, that idea is false, I think. In any way, it doesn't work in China. In 2012, not only in China, because in 2012, 45% of the world population lived in free, democratic countries. Today, that's only 20%. We went back from 45 to 20%. Autocratic rule has one ground. Autocratic rule in one country leads to, from time to time, copycat behavior elsewhere. And autocracies are supporting each other. There is enough proof of that. Iran and North Korea providing weapons to Moscow, Beijing trying to distance itself a little bit from Moscow, but in reality, providing a lifeline to Russia's economy and helping it to undermine Western sanctions. Trade between China and Russia boomed last year. So democracy problems are often autocracies' opportunities. That we have to recognize, and that's the second lesson to take today from what is happening on the ground. The third is that democracy needs more than ever to be backed up, in my opinion, with hard power. Hard power under different forms. Hard power under the form of sanctions, what we discussed this morning when we talked about the Magnitsky Act and the fact that there is still a lot of work to do beyond the Magnitsky Act. If I see, for example, that it takes more than 1 year to have 10 sanctions packages inside the European Union against the Putin regime in Russia. And on individual sanctions, ladies and gentlemen, in this 10 sanctions package, there are now more or less roughly 1,400 individuals under sanction. You could say, well, 1,400, a lot. Well, 1,400 is nothing if you compare it with the list, for example, that Navalny has provided. In total, more than 6,000, saying that that is the backbone of the Putin regime that you have to tackle. So there is a lot of work to do on the issues of sanctions. But hard power also, and that is my point, on military. And that is where, speaking as a European, let's be honest, we fall short. Ukraine, our neighbor, gets by far the most of its military aid from the US. And when it receives equipment from Europe, they get different types of equipment, needing different training, different repair, even different ammunition. EU armies, ladies and gentlemen, have today more than 130 different weapon systems. The US has around 30. We have in Europe 29 different kinds of destroyer. We have 17 different kinds of tank. And it's true, we are improving our individual efforts. Defense spending, for example, grew in 2021 by 6%, but we only spent 80% of this on European collaborative procurement projects. And this is, in my opinion, a huge waste of energy and efficiency just when we need it most. I always call, and I will do it again today, defense the biggest waste of money in Europe today. Why? European Union, without Britain, if I put Britain in it, it becomes even more evident. We in Europe, we spend as much on defense as China. Today, 240 billion. And with the UK, it's more than 300 billion. We spend 4 times as much as Russia, with very little real security as a result, I think. You have not the impression that in Europe we spend 4 times as much as Russia. And so my idea is for the EU itself to fundamentally integrate a number of capabilities, European armies, into a European Defense Union, from procurement and planning to training, intelligence, and boots on the ground. And this European Defense Union should be not independent from NATO. On the contrary, it must be the European pillar of a new style NATO with clear but global remit. If we have the same interests from some of China's unacceptable ambitions, then we need to take forces to face them together and not separately. And therefore, my plea today that NATO should evolve from an Atlantic treaty organization into a world treaty organization, a real alliance of all democracies spanning from Japan, Australia, to Europe, and to the American democracies. Proof of that, last time, when Joe Biden, the American president, attended the NATO Council in Brussels, that was, I think, a few months before the brutal invasion in Ukraine, he started a discussion in Brussels, in the beautiful NATO headquarters in Brussels, talking about China as the most important threat to NATO, while in my opinion, humble opinion, China is still in the South Pacific and not in the North Atlantic. But that is what the reality is today. So we need a reform of NATO into a world treaty organization so that all the democracies can form with pillars, an Asian pillar, a European pillar, a North American pillar, a network of defense of democracies worldwide. Because a threat to democracy in this part of the world is exactly the same as a threat of democracy to Europe. And the world today and the war of Russia today against Ukraine is as important for you as it is for us Europeans or Americans. Fourth element, speaking of WTO, because I used the word WTO by a World Treaty Organization, well, maybe the acronym might become available soon anyway, because rule-based world trade is in fact under pressure as never before. The relationship between the US and China is now, at this moment, largely managed outside WTO disciplines. The US approach to go very hard on China's chip industry with this Chip Restrictions Act is one way forward. Show them of the newest technology. But there is maybe a huge risk also. Chip making is very complex, is fragile. We all saw the problems during the pandemic resulting from fragmented global supply chains and excessive demand. So we could end up undermining the chip and digital industry as a whole, or more broadly, we could have the danger to create a split in two separate rival digital blocks, each based on their own different technologies. Something that could wipe out 5% of the world GDP and would take away the leverage we have now on them. So for me, it's still an open question. What is the best strategy? Or not to deliver high technology to them, but with the danger that they will develop their own technology and that we will split the world with two types of technology and digital futures and features, or to do what we did until now to deliver, but to use this as a leverage on human rights, on democracy, and on other important issues. Whatever scenario, it is in our interest to make the most of the trading relations outside of Chinese grasp. Europe especially must tackle, in my opinion, its lack of technological competitiveness by improving competition rules, cross-border investment, and finally integrating its digital markets. Something we talk about years already, but never actually do. And the EU and the US, with their partners like Japan, Australia, and elsewhere, must boost their research, production, and sales together, not solve one trading problem by creating another. What is happening today? I already said, authoritarian regimes always finds ways to help one another despite their huge differences, and we see that today with Iran, North Korea, Russia. We democracies must find ways to overcome also our difference between us, because in new world order, these differences are certainly minor. And allow me, in this context, it's not the time and not the place to debate Britain's longer-term relationship with Europe. I have some ideas about that, naturally, but I will remain diplomatic. But we cannot avoid the urgent questions of the geopolitical reality of today. Britain is a permanent member of the UN Security Council. It's a military and intelligence power of the first order. It's an economic, science, and soft powerhouse. So the break between the UK and the EU, in my opinion, should be hailed as soon as possible. Whatever idea you can have on Brexit, and I have some ideas on Brexit, in any way, these ideas cannot have as a consequence that they undermine our common interests. Because in today's world, democracies need to be united, undoubtedly, unconditionally, because there is an existential fight that has started between autocracy on the one hand and democracy on the other hand. So all democracies needs to be on board in the same direction with the same motivation. And then finally, last lesson, the European Union needs to understand that we have to play a more geopolitical role to counter what I call China's increasing dominance in the rest of the world, and especially in the developing world. If we want to defend our rule-based world order, we have to work more closely together with countries, democracies in Asia, in Africa, in Latin America. We launched for that on the European level, Global Gateway. It's an offer, an investment package to our partners, I think an attractive alternative to Beijing's Belt and Road Initiative, allowing to avoid the Chinese debt trap. The plan is to invest more than 300 billion euros up to 2027, and this mostly in green and digital connection. And I think it's in our mutual interest if it will help us to fight climate change, become more energy independent. It fits our ideas of liberal democracy. We make sure that human rights and labor rights are involved, what is not in Beijing's Belt and Road Initiative. And it implicitly recognizes that in the new world order, economics and politics are intertwined as never before by offering these countries, an attractive growth model, not outside, but inside the democratic sphere. Because I can tell you in Africa, many people think, oh, there is only growth opportunities outside the democratic sphere and world. If you see how many countries today do not take a stance in Russia's war against Ukraine, in diplomatic, military, or economic terms, you understand that the world order we have built together in the last 70 years is in danger. So the world must make a stance against aggressors. Democracies have to understand that it is an existential battle that is coming in the new age of empires. Now it is in Ukraine, but we all know what could be maybe the next. That could be Taiwan. So let us make sure that it will never happen. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Former Prime Minister Mr. Verhofstadt, thank you very much indeed. So, born in Belgium and Belgium-Japan's Parliamentary Association's member, Ms. Kakizawa Mito Sensei, please give the thanking remarks.
Staff, Mr. Verhofstadt, I'm not so prepared to speak English in front of you, so excuse me to speak by Japanese. 改めて
So, very powerful message from the Belgian Prime Minister. Thank you very much indeed. EU and NATO, Belgium at the center of that, and from Belgium, it was indeed the new age of empire within that, and what the democratic countries should do and how should we integrate. That was the viewpoint. And Francis Fukuyama's end of the history and have said he was wrong. And such analysis was made. And another book I would like to introduce, MIT's Darren Asimov and Harvard's James Robinson. Those two are the authors. My Nations Failed, Why Nations Fail. This is the book title. So economy as well as development studies viewpoint, why the prosperous nation would decline. That was analyzed in that book. And again, freedom and democracy, the long-term growth is impossible if those two are not there. And that was analyzed in that book. The current situation in China and Russia are the empire. So empire modern version. So whether this book is true or not, this is the question being raised. As of this book, if it is true, then by using our power, we need to prove that. In order to do so, democracy, the rule of law, should be valued, and such countries should cooperate together and unite. So, this is the speech we have heard. As introduced before, I was born in Belgium, so with that viewpoint in mind and in the national governmental stage, I would like to make my determination even further. So once again, I would like to thank Mr. Verhofstadt for coming here today. And this is my gratitude message Thank you very much indeed. Kakizawa-sensei, thank you very much indeed. So, as of session 3, which is to continue, it will be conducted in the adjacent room. So, please move back again to the International Conference Room. Please leave your bento boxes on your table. And as for the receiver, please take it with you. Thank you. So, please leave your bento box on the table. Just bring your interpreting device.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi. Hi, this is English channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
はい、それでは皆さんお待たせいたしました。セッション3。
Thank you very much indeed, everyone. We are going to have the session 3, Making ESG Count, Human Rights Due Diligence and Sustainable Development in the Context of China. The MC is Kanno Shiori Sensei. We are now preparing for the camera, so please wait a moment. Okay. So now session 3 begins. Human rights due diligence and sustainable development is our theme. I am the MC for this session. My name is Kanno Shiori. Thank you. At the moment, in front of you, there are 5 Diet members preparing. And before that, in the floor, we have Diet members. Let me introduce by name. In non-alphabetical order, Genba Kentaro Sensei, Matsubara Jin Sensei, Funayama Yasue Sensei, Tamaki Yuichiro Sensei, Aoshima Kenta Sensei, and Nagashima Akihisa Sensei. Otsuka Taku Sensei, I think, is here, and Makiyama Hiroe Sensei, sorry. Thank you very much indeed for coming. Thank you for your participation. So now, let's start Human Rights Due Diligence and Sustainable Development. Let me introduce the speakers. From the United Kingdom, Sarah Champion MP, thank you. And from Canada, Garnett Genuis from Canada. And Miura Nobuhiro Sensei. And Sakurai Shu Sensei. And Fukushima Nobuyuki Sensei. As for this human rights due diligence and sustainable development, it will be a wide-ranging issue from the business point of view, manufacturing process, whether there will be an infringement of human rights, or the made product, would there be any human rights abuse, or how about when the country supporting another country in exchange from the support, would there be any human rights abuse there? So those kind of issues would be discussed here. So first of all, let us hear from Ms. Sarah Champion about this human rights due diligence and sustainable development. So Champion Sensei, please.
Thank you very much. I'm going to focus on sustainable development. And to begin, I'd like to explain why I think development is something that we should all focus on. Firstly, I think we have a moral duty to help in humanitarian situations, but also, and equally important, to support low and middle income countries in their development. Secondly, from a foreign policy point of view, the soft power we have in creating friends and colleagues around the world is enormous. And finally, for our own country's security, COVID has taught us, Ukraine has taught us, that if we do not support countries around the world for stability, whether that's health stability, preventing the dangers of terrorism, supporting democracies, it impacts on our own shores very dramatically. And the word sustainable, for me, it's about working with countries to give them long-term, locally led solutions to their development problems so that they can flourish and we can develop long-term partnerships. First of all, let me be clear. While the UK has a proud history of supporting low and middle income countries, I'm very concerned that our focus on this has been waning in recent years. I don't come here at all to argue that the UK's development is superior, to offer lectures or to say what we do is the best in the world. We have an awful lot to learn from other countries, and that's one of the reasons that I'm here in front of you to learn and share. I'm also concerned that we were speaking in the last room about the rise of empire. The UK doesn't have the most glorious reputation when it comes to empires, and I have to say our colonial footprint is still pretty heavy on some countries. And just as the former speaker said, we need to recognise where we are so that we can move forward from that. And I think that's something that our country particularly has to take note of. In my capacity as chair of the International Development Select Committee, I've had the privilege of seeing the varying ways in which different countries approach development and indeed benefit from it. But I'm here to talk primarily about China's approach to development, whether or not it sees it as development, and that is the Belt and Road Initiative. It's a big concern. The Belt and Road Initiative has a heavy international footprint on middle and low-income countries. I have to admit it feels more like a land grab than creating any sort of sustainable development as we would see it. And it's also creating nations that are in heavy, heavy financial debt to China. Chinese state media claim that the BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, now boasts cooperative agreements with over 150 countries. The same sources claim that China did about 108 trillion US dollar deals in trade with BRI countries in the first 11 months of 2020 alone, increasing 20% on the previous year in just the same period. China also signed contracts worth just under $100 billion with BRI countries. The truth is nobody actually knows the real value of this epic scale of project. It's most commonly accepted that $1 trillion US is the cost of it. In and of itself, infrastructure investment in emerging countries should be welcomed, but this is investment with strings attached when it comes to China. This is a phenomena with micro and macro consequences that we all need to be aware of. Let me give a particular example in Sri Lanka. This is, I would say, an exemplar of some of the ways in which focusing on BRI investment can go wrong. China partnered with Sri Lanka to build a series of infrastructure mega projects. These projects were funded with loans from China, which Sri Lanka struggled to pay back. Sri Lanka found itself in major debt problems, which resulted in China obtaining a 70% share of the deep sea port in Hambatoa for 99 years for the paltry sum of $1.12 billion. Official lending to development countries has shifted from Paris Club members, such as the UK and Japan, to emerging economies such as China. The FCDO, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office in the UK, stated that the total volume of lending by public Chinese institutions has tripled since 2011. Low and middle income countries owed China, this is an estimate, of 170 billion at the end of 2020, which equated to 45% of the debt owed by the World Bank to the World Bank. China is now the largest official creditor in more than half of lower income countries. By volume, Angola, Ethiopia, Kenya, Laos People's Democratic Republic, Pakistan and Zambia are the largest borrowers from China, accounting for about half. China is not a Paris Club member country and has refused permanent membership, which complicates reaching an agreement across official creditors on debt restructuring and relief efforts. China holds more debt than all Paris Club members combined. More generally, consider Beijing's influence in the UN Human Rights Council. In 2019, a letter was organised by the UK to complain about the human rights situation in the Uyghur region. 22 states signed. Beijing retaliated with a letter from 27 states. Nearly all of those were BRI investment countries. The fact that there are issues with the BRI is now well acknowledged, as is the need for alternatives, hence the UK's Global Gateway and the United States B3W initiative. But huge gaps remain in strategy and implementation. Whenever I speak to people from low and middle income countries about BRI, they acknowledge it is a huge problem. but then they say, what is your alternative? Here are a few ideas for how we can improve. First, there is no escaping the need for more support and resources for low and middle income countries. While it's true that some BRI investment is low quality, even the lowest estimates for BRI vastly outstrip what democracies are pledging. Second, we shouldn't focus all our energy on providing no-strings versions of the BRI. We have a pressing need to reduce dependency in areas of critical infrastructure, like renewable energy, and we could be seeding investments in emerging economies that will, in time, enable us to find alternatives for critical goods and services. This would also help us avoid some of the human rights pitfalls in doing business in certain regions of China, where we can't guarantee even the most minimum standards of transparency. And finally, I have to say to you, we can't change the past. Many countries around the world are now indebted to China. We can help negotiate future deals for them that are not so punitive, and we can work collaboratively as democracies to provide a package of skills. And in that package, I'm thinking legal support, research and education, as well as the cash, to provide more respectful and honest helping hands with the aim of securing long-term partnerships with developing countries, not a takeover. And this approach, I believe, will benefit us all. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. One Belt, One Road initiative could be the one of the example, and we have to find the way or alternative way that everybody can benefit. Mr. Johnson, please take the podium.
Thank you very much, and on the microphone. Thank you very much, and the microphone is on. It's great to be with. Oh, okay, here we go. So this is a great topic, wide-ranging. I'm going to start by making a couple comments, sharing some of my own thoughts on international development, building off what was said, and then share a few thoughts as well on kind of trade policy as it relates to ESG and protection of human rights. So I suppose everyone, in Canada we follow American politics a fair bit. I assume people to some extent do throughout the world, and you're familiar with the concept of swing states, right? It's that ostensibly American presidential candidates, they ignore 90% of the voters and they spend all their time in those small areas which actually have a chance of going one way or the other. They ignore the states where it's sort of a given which way they're going to vote. In this global competition we're facing between free democracies and revisionist authoritarian powers, we should be really thinking a lot about the swing states in the context of that competition as well. Where are the countries that that are kind of on the fence, that are having relationships and kind of drawing resources from both the authoritarian revisionist side and the democratic side, and then how do we strengthen our engagement directly with those countries, our respectful, constructive engagement? And I think many of those swing states are in the global south, in particular in Africa. And that means that we need to be strengthening our strategic engagement, our trading relationship there. And one of the things I've been pushing my government to do is pull out of any kind of development vehicles that involve dependence on control by the government of China. So many of our countries are members of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is effectively a Beijing-controlled development bank. And I've been pushing my government, I think other states should do this as well, to pull their resources out of the AIIB and instead use those same resources to develop direct, respectful partnerships directly with countries. And I think that also means carefully considering how we move past any residual colonial structures and also reject sort of progressive neocolonialism, the desire that exists in some Western countries to push certain kinds of social values on countries. I think that also limits our ability to have constructive, respectful relationships that emphasize localization and local democratic autonomy. As it relates to ESG and our trade policy, so there's a growing movement around the need to think about environmental, social governance in the context of investments. I think one of the challenges there has been that you kind of look at all of these factors and come up with a composite score and then evaluate investments on that basis. And one effect of that is that you have green technology companies that may have massive problems on the social and governance scale in terms of where they're sourcing products from, and yet they have a stronger ESG score overall. So I think it's important that we, within that sort of broad ambit of ESG, we identify those kinds of practices that are morally unacceptable, and we do everything we can to exclude investment in or trade that involves sourcing of those kinds of projects. So in particular, we should not be importing slave-made products into our countries, period. We should not be allowing funds in our country to be investing in activities that involve repression and violence. In Canada, we've sought to put a great deal of pressure on pension funds that invest in companies that are complicit in human rights abuses, for instance, in East Turkestan. And we've pushed our government to take a stronger approach when it comes to preventing the importation of slave-made products. Now, one of the issues when it comes to supply chains and preventing importation of products that are made with slave labor is that it can be complicated. It can be difficult to identify where products come from and to disentangle supply chains. So officially, Canada does not allow importation of products made from slave labor. But in fact, since we announced new policies and measures with respect to products from East Turkestan, not a single shipment coming into Canada has been stopped on that basis. And that's a big failure. The United States is doing much better than we are, for example. And given the logistical challenges, I would like to see substantially more international cooperation. Can we have an agreement among like-minded democracies to say, we are going to have certain standards and certain processes in place to prevent slave-made products from being imported, and we're going to share information so that if a ship is turned back from the United States, it's not able to head to Canada instead, so that there's a consistent, unified approach in sharing information. That's just efficient from a resource perspective, but it also helps to advance justice and human rights. The United States has something called the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act that presumes that any products coming out of East Turkestan contain slave-made products unless they're able to prove otherwise. So it's kind of a reverse onus in law requirement to prove that slave labor is not involved in those products. So in order to, we need to collaborate more. We need to work to harmonize our regulations. And I would suggest countries consider legislation similar to that framework legislation that exists in the United States. Because it's easy to say as a top line, we don't like products made from slave labor, but the reality is we're importing and using a lot of such products, and that's why we need more effective collaboration and enforcement around this. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
ジェニス議員ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much, Mr. Genuis. You talked about forced labor and how to eliminate the forced labor from the supply chain. He talked about the challenges and the possible countermeasures for that. So I'd like to ask Mr. Miura to speak about what we are doing in Japan. Please take the floor. Thank you very much for the precious opportunity. I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation. My name is Miura. I'm from Kometo. So since we have the other members from the ruling party, I'd like to the opposition party. I'd like to speak about what is being taken from the ruling party's perspective. So I'd like to speak about the first and foremost the kind of the principles from the United Nations in 2021. This was introduced, and back then, the respect of human right has been emphasized outside of the country. And then in 2022, we had the action plan for the the code of the ethics for the businesses and human rights. So we identify the risks of the violation of human rights, and started working on the reduction for that. In 2021, the government looked into the 2,800 companies, include the 2,800 listed companies, including the first section and second section listed companies, and then 52% of the companies have the problem in this regard in the area of supply chain, and also there has been the 51% of the companies who asked the government to come up with the guideline, and also with the laws and regulations, there has been the movement to impose on the government, to impose on the businesses to they provide support for the supply chains. This is in the United States, and same holds true with Japan. There has been the establishment of the organizations, so there has been academia involvement, and also we invited the experts from the United Nations in this area, and then the guideline has been established. So this is the principle of the United Nations, OECD's, the multinational, the declaration of businesses, and also OECD, the declarations have been cited. So it is easier for the companies to understand. In 2022, and the 31st of September, this has been notified to the related parties through the organization or the committee to tackle with this issue. So this way, we were able to come up with the guideline for the respect of the human rights, and this is the first ever in Asian countries. So first is about the initiative of the businesses. So the overall situation of the supply chain in the area of the human rights has been the required. So they have to come up with the human rights due diligence, and they have to identify the issues they are faced with, and guidelines should be made. And there are 5 chapters for that. The first chapter is the introduction. A second is to identify the overall picture of the human rights, and then the particulars of the human rights. And the third point is the human rights due diligence, and the fifth point was the remedy for that, and guidelines, and also the materials or reference materials for the kind of things that is taking place outside of the country. So we are going to come up with the procedural documents for that, and about how we respect human rights. The commitment from the management is very important, and the negative effect can exist in any company. So the engagement with the stakeholders is important. It is important to pay attention to the priority, and based on this, it is important to eliminate the negative impact for human rights, starting from the high priority areas. And each company will have to deal with this issue of the human rights violations. And the first is the identification of the negative impact and the mitigation of the impact, and the measurement of the effect of the countermeasures, and the also disclosure of information. So all these are clearly stated in a concrete manner, and the repeated implementation of this is emphasized. And there are 3 negative impacts. 1, a company will lead negative impact by themselves. The second is they will contribute to the negative impact directly or indirectly. And also the third is really direct linkage of the product or services to the negative impact of the human rights. So about the kind of things that we do in the future, first and foremost, all the companies which will do business in Japan, the first step would be to the notification, and the advice should be provided to them. And also we have to catch up with the kind of things that is taking place outside of the country, and then we have to make a decision as to whether to follow suit with what's being done outside of the country. So with this, I think it is important to have more discussions and make sure that we'll have a higher level of enforceability. It is never ever justifiable to infringe on the human rights in order to have a growth. So we have to collaborate with the rest of the world to make advancement here. So this is what we try to do. And my remark is based on the ruling party, but this should also be applied to the opposition party as well as a whole. Thank you. At this point, what is taking place in Japan has been already introduced, and he talked about the legal frameworks outside of the country. Thank you very much. And then here, from now onward, we'd like to ask Mr. Shu Sakurai, please. Thank you very much. My name is Shu Sakurai. I am from the Constitutional Democratic Party, so I am from the opposition party. So there has been an explanation from the government side, so I'd like to speak about the challenges that we are faced with from the perspective of the opposition party. So there are 5 things I'd like to mention. So 5 points. First, as was mentioned by Miura-san, what is being done in Japan, and he just clearly explained this, and this is put into the brochure, and I think this is on the website, and there are English versions as well. So we'd like you to take a look at it. This says a guideline, and we can safely say that this is this covers various areas, and this is very good per se. And they were quite active and prompt in coming up with this. So for our Japanese government, they were speedy enough to make this brochure in half a year or so. But looking into the content, it doesn't look like a guideline, but rather it looks like a textbook. And so there could be the streamlining of their thoughts, and that's understandable. But as to what we have to do, well, this document does not give us any clue for that. So, for example, it says, well, allow me to just open this page, and it says, properly being able to explain is important. The continuous improvement is necessary. And it is important to continue discussing or studying this issue. So here, yes, we understand the philosophy behind it, but we don't know what to do. Maybe this is up to yourself. So in that respect, we can safely say that this is textbook rather than guideline. And then, as Miura-san just mentioned, that toward the end of the document, the various initiatives taken by the other countries are shown here. But as you can see, the laws and regulations are already there. For example, in the case of Germany, they came up with the guideline, but it was not enforceable, so they came up with the law.
Therefore, we need to have specific measures, at least in minimum terms. So that's what we have to do as soon as possible as the government of Japan. And secondly, as for today's session being mentioned, the forced labor, for example, Xinjiang province and using cotton there and making a product, or surveillance camera, human rights abuse are used, and the Japanese companies made parts had been used on those cameras. So the materials being made by the forced labor and such product had been made. So within the supply chain, it's like coming from the upstream. And also, what we had made, the parts, had been going downstream in the supply chain. And how would that be used? How we deal with that, it differs accordingly. But for the upstream, if we understand that, then we can stop buying those things immediately. But as for the downstream, what you have sold already, you have to actually trace them. So in order not to go to those surveillance cameras, and tracking them would be quite difficult. So what should we do? So as for one company to do that by themselves would be difficult. So, like this international network, and by cooperating, in order not to spread the human rights abuse, we need to come up with the initiative. So this is my second point. And third point, as for these initiatives going forward, if we make it too severe, our immediate profit might go away. That's what some companies might think. That kind of hesitation might appear. But in order to respect human rights, so each and every one of us will live happily, then that is the government's view. That is my view as well. So as for certain profit and not valuing those human rights is not good. So maybe it could be severe, but we need to overcome that. Therefore, we would like to support and collaborate with each other. And fourth point, as for human rights, maybe in Xinjiang and Uyghur, and what about Japan inside itself? I myself would like to look into the domestic issue as well. Within Japan, there are trainee workers coming from overseas. They say trainee, but they are working with a cheap wage inside Japan. There are quite a number of them, and also they are coming from overseas to study, but still working part-time in Japan as well. So as for those systems, isn't it like a slavery? Wouldn't there be a situation where they are treated like a slave? So within Japan, we need to respect human rights here. What about the working conditions here? We need to clarify that as well. And 2 years ago, it was a big issue, but about this immigration law, Sri Lankan female person had been detained for a long time and unfortunately had passed away. So we had this incident. So within Japan's human rights issues, we need to look back on ourselves. I think this is a Chinese proverb. We need to start from what's near you. So we ourselves have to work hard. And fifth point, as MP Sarah Champion Sensei had said, as for China giving money to the developing countries, I myself used to be involved in the International Development Bank. And currently, I am also the member of the committee of the Monetary Committee, and they are actually holding the committee outside in any case. So this debt and fund issue is there. And if you look at it from different angle, the developing countries, the authority, for those people in power, then in order to win the next election, they need to have some kind of record. So maybe if trying hard and having money borrowed from somewhere, money borrowed from the World Bank and so on, of course they would be told about this human rights. But China wouldn't say anything. They would just lend us money. So they would grab into that and make bridges and roads. So in short term, they would have economic effect. That means this person can win the next election. So they are lured into these kind of ideas. But in long term, money borrowed from China, high interest rates, what might be made there would break down quite easily. So they would go into this deficit vicious cycle. But democracy means next election, and if they go into such kind of short-term view, then this issue would be quite difficult to overcome. Those are the risks. So how should we overcome with that issue? So democracy is important. And we are actually indeed have to show the importance of democracy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sakurai Sensei has talked about the domestic human rights issue here. Within this domestic human rights, and can we treat that within? That means the whole democracy. So we need to show that as a democratic country. Now, Fukushima Nobuyuki Sensei, please. House of Representative Member Fukushima Nobuyuki, I am independent. So ruling or opposition party is not inside my vision. As for human rights DD, why do we need that? Well, to my understanding, each country has, in order to have the economic growth pathways, by ignoring the human rights and becoming prosperous is not being tolerated. As one BRI had been mentioned before, many countries' rulers ignoring human rights and go prosperous is just an easy way. And as a result, would it lead to prosperity? No, that kind of rule should be put in place. Therefore, forced labor and ignoring human rights economic activities or transactions or fund transactions to be excluded, such kind of rules should be put in place. And ignoring human rights transactions, and by doing so for companies, would become a huge risk. Those kind of structures should be put in place. And should we just come up with those penalties? Then I don't think many people would obey that. So the market as a whole, as Mr. Genuis had just said, the market itself should become aggressive and protect human rights and do investment or do transactions. And such kind of environment should be made, and making human rights DD. That is my understanding. And from that viewpoint, the Japanese politicians have just said the Japanese guideline itself, from my viewpoint, within Asia is the first time by imitating the other European countries and having come up with this guideline is meaningful. However, as for Japanese companies, I mean, it could be unique to them, but such a governmental guideline would be relied too much. And for the companies to be internally and from there subjectively do the human rights due diligence, are they in that stage? Maybe no, not yet. Especially as for these guidelines, what is very difficult is that the negative impact and to be specified. So human rights being ignored and do the transaction, what are the risks? This is written in the guideline, but what country or what kind of human rights abuse, those situations, would the Japanese companies be able to comprehend? Well, it is difficult to do so. In the guideline, as for the companies overseas, do the hearing, but what about Chinese companies and go to China? And what about the human rights respect? Can you do hearing on that? In the other commission, I have talked to my friends, but there are some people who were detained in China because of the spy activities. So if Japanese companies go to China and ask, are you doing any transaction with Xinjiang people? Then saying that phrase itself would lead to detainment. Therefore, such human rights abuse information to be grasped, how can we do that? I think for Japanese companies would be quite difficult to do so. And also, as for the Japanese legal point of view, what's in the loophole is that the human rights abuse companies, if they were found, as for those companies exporting or those products to be imported, what about the regulating law?
Well, in Japan, there is an act controlling and ruling, exporting and then importing, the Chapter 48, the basis of the eligibility of the trading, not to prevent the safety and security of the world. So that is relevant to the security, national security or defense. However, that law, there is no legal basis to prevent any act to violate the human rights. Therefore, the challenge for Japan is to how to enact and develop and enact that law controlling that the human right violation with a penalty. And we hear a lot of the reporting from the advanced nations. So there are the legal framework regarding the human rights due diligence in the UK, Canada, and the US, but they are all piecemeal. They are not comprehensive. And one country is doing the business with several companies and enterprises. They are under the compliance. They should be comply with the local rules. So that's the rule and the guidelines, be the impediment for the world trade. So to protect and uphold the human rights, that could be the impede the free trades. And if you ignore the human rights violations, consequently, that could facilitate or promote the world trade. So that how to think about the world trade and the upholding the human rights. So in the framework of the GATT, so there are some exceptional chapter for the national security and defense, or annex clause for the world trade. But it is questionable that it is the very vulnerable area that how to develop that framework or rules that respect both aspects. So that Japan is the first country that who create or develop such rules, but the other Asian countries have not yet developed those legal framework. So the question is how to promote the legal framework that every country should be the part of. So the more you protect the human rights, the more you economically benefit, and the more you uphold the human rights, the more the export of that particular country could be promoted. So such an rule would be also considered and implemented. And the last one is the importance of the information sharing, the area of the human rights, that we are the victim of the fake news or misleading information, that many countries are delivering that misleading information regardless of the truth or false. So each country or each enterprise needs the clearinghouse to verify that the trustworthy information. In the past, I was a part of the Biodiversity Act or Convention. And there is the Biodiversity Information Clearinghouse that is established under the law, and that is centralized organizations to address with the information. Therefore, that we need organizations to deal with the comprehensive and harmonized information collection and sharing. And the Cold War crumbled down, and we in 1942 that Rio de Janeiro summit, and we adopted the agreement for the climate change and biodiversity, and that serve as the foundation for the many years to come, and that China is trying to extend its influence in terms of the ideology or in economy, and that is invading the democratic blocks. Therefore, that we need the international framework to protect the human rights, then this is the time that we stand up and to collaborate. Thank you. Mr. MP Fukushima, thank you very much. Truthfully, this symposium and the third session in particular, a lot of the business persons are participating and listening in the face-to-face basis and on the virtual basis. The identification of the human rights abuse should be identified. And so that is a question of the division of the labor between the private and the public sector. The onus should not be only placed on the private sector to verify the information of the misleading information. We have 8 more minutes. So among the parliamentary persons, Mr. Hamaguchi, and do you have any feedback or question, comment, and observation from the floor?
Please don't hesitate.
Okay, Nagashima-san, please. Thank you very much for the invitation. Previously, Mr. Sakurai-san mentioned that's to control the upstream. And looking at the supply chain, how to control the products going down to the downstream of the supply chain. I would like to hear your opinions from the Mr. Genuis and Ms. Champion. Do you have any comment on that?
Make sure I got the correct implication through the translation. You're asking about how to track upstream and then also track what's how it's flowing downstream in terms of the products coming to us. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think there's lots of different there's emerging technology that I think we heard about it actually at a previous IPAC conference that allowed you to test products to get a sense of where they may have come from originally. And that's kind of an emerging area. Disentangling, as I said, these supply chains is very complicated. But one of the simpler ways of doing it is to establish an absolute prohibition or at least tighter regulations around areas where we know there is a very high level of forced labor where the state is complicit in. And we know that's happening in East Turkestan, for example, right? So there are parts of the world where governance is weak. We know there's exploitation happening. You know, governments may have good intentions, but may have a hard time stopping that. There may be some prevalence of this. And so we want to have a regime that's going to try to exclude any kind of forced labor. But in particular, if we just say no products can come into our country from East Turkestan unless you can kind of prove otherwise. That's what the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act format does. So that's trying to, I think, most tightly seal off those products from flowing into our markets. I guess one other way of kind of coming at this is in terms of the investment that flows from Western countries into companies that are in China that may be complicit in human rights abuses. So we had a case, I referred to it as well, where CPPIB, the Canadian Pension Plan Investment Board, was making investments in companies Dua and Hikvision that were producing camera components, for example, that were being used as part of repression type activities. So how do we prevent our investment from flowing into those kinds of activities, and how do we prevent products from coming out? I think we need to constantly be innovating in how we do this effectively, but collaboration and establishing absolute prohibitions in cases of obvious problems are some key ways of preventing that flow.
ジェニス議員ありがとうございます。チャンピオン議員お願いいたします。
It's a very good question, and it's a very difficult solution, I think. But let me give you some thoughts. I think we're quite good when it's clear the parts are going to be used for conflict. So, you know, guns and tanks and that sort of thing. We have a committee in the UK that scrutinises where we sell arms, but it's very slow moving. It tends to be retrospective rather than proactive, and it tends to get caught up in the law when there are cases identified. I think that government needs to take quite decisive action and make very clear what is and isn't acceptable, and then hold businesses to account for that. I completely agree with my colleague that there are certain countries, obviously East Turkestan, where we know there are very likely to be modern slaves in the supply chain. So I think we should work on the assumption that people have to prove it is a clean product rather than a byproduct of modern slavery. But I think one of the biggest problems is the abuses, and I'm thinking about
そしてその上で例えば児童労働であるとか強制労働というところ、これは僕の場合において大企業ということではなくて零細企業ということになります。大企業の供給もあるいはサプライチェーンということよりもむしろどんどん下に下がっていったところの零細企業であるわけです。
If you are giving the responsibility to the business to make sure that their supply chain is clean, that's a very, very difficult thing to do. So there needs to be that support and guidance, I think, from government and caution of businesses if they are unable to prove every part of their supply chain, whether it's going up or downstream. But sadly, money talks, and often people will turn a blind eye.
ありがとうございます。玉木議員どうぞ。
Thank you very much. Tamaki-san, please. Thank you. My name is Yuichiro Tamaki, and as was mentioned earlier, the product driven by labor, the slave labor, cannot be determined clearly, so it is very difficult, if not impossible. ASPI in Australia several years ago came up with a report. The Sharp and the Panasonic and other companies, 12 of them, had been utilizing the product from the Uyghur based on the forced labor, and they were not able to actually confirm that, or they were not able to refute that. And in Canada and Australia and the United Kingdom, in what way are you working on it? So are there any collaboration between the businesses and the government? In what way are they trying to identify the actual slave labor that is in the down the stream of the supply chain? Are there any comments from Janice-san or other?
Being done in Canada. So we have a piece of legislation, Bill S211, that's working its way through the process. This bill is not a be-all, end-all, but it is a positive step. And what it requires is companies that are over a certain size to provide public reporting with respect to the work they are doing to manage and identify their supply chains. And it creates a bit of an accountability mechanism. So they have to file this report. They theoretically, under this legislation, they could file a report that says, we don't track this stuff because we don't care. But the theory is that if the public sees that kind of report, they'll respond negatively and they'll put pressure on the company to do better. So it's using kind of a disclosure and accountability approach to encourage companies to do the best. So that's I think part of the picture, something for other countries to consider. Other countries have similar frameworks related to that. But again, I think this regionalized approach is where you identify clear places where there's problems. For companies, it's not that hard to say, you know, if you know that a product is being sourced from the Uyghur region of China, you know, you should be able to guess that there's a high probability of a problem there, right? If you're getting cotton or tomatoes that is sourced from that part of the world, I would say you probably know what's going on there. The other thing I think is just want to identify in terms of another area to be aware of, just picking up on what my colleague Sarah talked about, is we have to think about kind of how what it used to be a fairly narrow set of things that could be used for military purposes. But now I think there's a broadening of that category. More and more kinds of technology have dual use potential. And so it's been a bit of a scandal in Canada, where it's been identified that people who have explicit affiliations with the Chinese military are collaborating on medical research, for example. And I think it's pretty clear cut that if someone who has a you know, it's not hidden. This person's not a spy, right? Transparently identifying themselves as having this affiliation with the Chinese military, and they're collaborating in research. I mean, that should be clear. Even if it's medical research, I mean, there are more and more areas where things can be used in military applications as well. So it's another area where we need to be careful about our supply chains.
ジェニス議員ありがとうございました。もうい
So we'd like to continue on with please make it brief. Thank you.
Let's look for a win-win. Where there is a country that we think has questionable human rights, and we have a dependency on that country, whether it's for chips, for solar components, for energy, maybe we ought to be looking at protecting and investing in our own industries, or a better win, maybe we should be looking at other countries, particularly low and middle income countries, who would really appreciate the investment that we could make in their local industries to make those points, so that we're looking more to invest in our partner countries than we are in ones that make us vulnerable. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。この人権デューデリジェンス、そして持続可能な開発。
This is about the human rights due diligence. So in what way are we able to identify the risks of the human rights violation? So this continues to be a very important issue. So we were able to share the expertise and also the experiences of each country. We wish we could continue, but we have to close at this moment. We'd like to close the session 3. Thank you very much. Please give them a big hand. Also, in this session, Ms. Malkin has been here, and also Ms. Akiko Santo has just arrived. Thank you so much. And Ms. Santo will also take the floor in the next session, session 4. At this point, we'd like to take a break, 15-minute break for coffee. So as in the morning, we will have a coffee in the multi-purpose room. So please help yourselves. And we'd like to resume the session at 2:15. The session 4 will start at 2:15 with the keynote speech by former Prime Minister Liz Truss. So we'd like to invite you back to this room at 2:15. Thank you for your cooperation.
はい。ではそろそろ最後のセッションを。
We'd like to resume the last session. Please be seated. So this is the last session. Session 4, Free and Open Indo-Pacific. And Mr. Akira Igata will be serving as the moderator today for this session. Thank you for your introduction. I'll be serving as a moderator for session 4. I am the majoring in the international relations and in Tokyo University, and also I am the non-executive director in IPAC. This is the last session, session 4, Free and Open Indo-Pacific. And we will discuss how we are able to realize the FOIP. First, we'd like to invite former Prime Minister Liz Truss of the United Kingdom. She will give us a keynote speech. And then after that, we'd like to invite Mr. Freddie Lim, who came all the way from Taiwan. And also we would like to listen to the voices of Mr. Nagashima and Tamaki, who will do the roundtable discussion. And then lastly, about Ms. Liz Truss. She has been the expert in the economic, the national security and the Japan-UK relations. And when she was the economic minister, she succeeded in having the agreement with the EPA between Japan and the UK. For the first time as the person from DPP, and also when she was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, she came up with the return of geopolitics. So this is the Mansion House speech. This was the inflection point of the policies. So she talked about three-legged approaches: the defense-related national security, economic national security, and also deepening of the international relations. And many of the countries, including Japan, were able to learn about it. So without any further ado, we'd like to invite Ms. Truss, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Well, good afternoon, colleagues, and it's fantastic to be here in Tokyo with so many good friends and allies. Japan is an essential bulwark of freedom and democracy in the Pacific. It's also a leading light in the network of liberty around the world, free nations who fight for the values that we believe in. You have stepped up on trade, on defense, and you have spoken out against tyranny. And as a fellow democratic island nation, the bonds between the UK and Japan are getting stronger and stronger. We're also working much more closely with our freedom-loving allies, and I think that's what we can see today. We can see a real collection of nations that's come together. This nexus is going to be incredibly important for the future of freedom, and that's what I want to talk about today. After serving in the UK government for 10 years, in all kinds of roles, culminating in being our Prime Minister, I am convinced there is no more important issue of our time. And I'm also convinced that the next few years are going to be absolutely critical for the future of freedom. It's great that today we have so many parliamentarians from around the world who are involved in this organisation and who want to share IPAC's platform. I think it shows just how important this agenda is. And although there are many things we disagree with each other on, we share the same fundamental values: a belief in democracy, a belief in freedom, and a belief in self-determination. I know that we can make a great contribution working together on a strong response to the strategic issues posed by the People's Republic of China. And I want to thank all the people at IPAC who've worked so hard to make today's symposium happen. Let's be clear. The free world is in danger. We're living in very turbulent economic times, right through from the shock of the financial crisis through to the COVID crisis that we're still recovering from. We have less of the world's population living under democracy than we did 30 years ago. Meanwhile, we have authoritarian regimes that are building up their armaments as well as they're building up their arguments. And they're not just trying to convince their own populations, they're also trying to win over global opinion. And they're trying to create a new global world order. Now, on the subject of China, which we're talking about today, no one would rather see a free, democratic, prosperous China than me. Of course I would. I'm a huge admirer of Chinese culture and civilization. I've traveled to Beijing and Shanghai and Chongqing and Wuhan long before we saw the pandemic emerge. In classrooms, businesses and factories, I've seen the application, the ingenuity and the hard work of the Chinese people. But these people are being ill-served by a regime which is about control. It's not about freedom. Some people say that standing up to this regime is a hopeless task, that somehow the rise of a totalitarian China is inevitable and we just have to face facts. But I reject this fatalism. And the free world has a significant role to play in whether or not this happens, and if it happens, how it happens. After all, we encouraged China to embrace economic freedom. We believed that it would mean that the citizens of China gained political freedom, but the reality is that the opposite has happened. Nixon became the first US president to visit the People's Republic of China. His handshake would be known as the handshake that changed the world. And that was no understatement. Less than 30 years later, China was admitted to the World Trade Organization. And at the time, people didn't pay very much attention to this. But it catalyzed China's rise to become one of the world's largest economies. And it wasn't long ago that in the United Kingdom, we hailed the golden era of UK-China relations. We rolled out the red carpet for the Chinese president with all the pomp and ceremony that came with a state visit. I should know, I attended a banquet in his honor at the time. Looking back, I think this sent the wrong message. A few years later, China removed the two-term limit on the president, and the one-party state strengthened its grip on power at home, and it also gained even more influence on the world stage. We ignored far too many of the warning signs, from the Tiananmen Square massacre to the so-called Uyghur re-education camps, not to mention the disgraceful dismantling of one country, two systems in Hong Kong. Much of the world has turned a blind eye to these actions, at least until recently. But since it was the free world that enabled China's rise, it must be the free world that challenges its economic dominance before it is too late. We know that President Xi has been very clear. It's his ambition for China to have control of Taiwan. In my view, this would be disastrous. In 2022, China sent 1,700 planes into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. That's nearly double the amount that there were in 2021. In 2023, we've already seen live fire drills. The message needs to be heard loud and clear in Beijing that these incursions aren't acceptable. So-called reunification is a core project of President Xi's administration. And let's remind ourselves of his words in 2021. The historical task of the complete reunification of the motherland must be fulfilled and will definitely be fulfilled. Taiwan is a beacon of freedom in a world where civil liberties and human rights are often suppressed. It's a flourishing democracy with a thriving free press and human rights and an independent judiciary. We should be doing all we can to strengthen our ties with Taiwan. We know that doing more now will help prevent tragedy later. NATO kept the peace in Western Europe and became arguably the most successful military alliance in history. And we have to ask ourselves, if we'd admitted Ukraine to NATO, would Vladimir Putin have dared to invade? Or indeed, if we'd put stronger sanctions in place after 2014 or supplied weapons to Ukraine earlier, would we be seeing the amount of human suffering we're seeing in Ukraine, as well as the threat to European and global security? Could we have saved huge numbers of lives? We must learn from the past, and we must ensure that Taiwan is able to defend itself. And we must work together across the free world to do this, and that is what, in my view, today is all about. I would like to see a more developed Pacific Defence Alliance, alongside even closer cooperation between NATO and our Pacific allies. I'm delighted that Japan and the UK have recently signed a new defence agreement, and the UK is the first European country to sign a reciprocal access agreement with Japan, and only the third country globally to do so. This will mean we can have more defence and security cooperation, that we can undertake complex military exercises together, and we can strengthen the UK's Indo-Pacific security pledge. I also congratulate Prime Minister Kushida for Japan's historic new defence strategy and his championing of a free and open Indo-Pacific. Japan has backed this up with record defence spending this year and also takes up its seat at the UN Security Council. We've also seen increased action from the G7, and the G7 is the body that has really stepped up alongside our friends and allies that have worked with us in areas like sanctions, in areas like standing up for freedom and democracy around the world. In 2021, we put out a statement on Taiwan led by the UK. In 2022, it was led by Germany, and I'm sure it will be on the agenda for Hiroshima later this year under Japan's leadership. It's so important that we all do what we can to support Taiwan, because we know that prevention is better than cure. If we build up the defence links now, if we build up the economic links now, we can help protect Taiwan and we can help protect freedom. Now, of course, we need to make sure that democracies are successful economically for the good of our own populations. It's what people expect. But we also need to do it to show that democracy can deliver and that we have the wherewithal to provide citizens around the world with the opportunities that they deserve. Together, there's huge strength in our economies, in our economic model. And it's a model that's based on freedom. It's not based on coercion. Deeper economic integration between the Taiwanese and world economies will go a long way to help preventing conflict. The G7 represents over 40% of global nominal GDP. And if we add our friends in the European Union, and I'm looking at you, Guy Verhofstadt, we can get to over half of the world's GDP. Now, that is a hugely powerful position to be in. And we need to use that economic power for the good of freedom and democracy. That economic weight means that we can influence other countries. It means that we can make decisions about how we trade, where we invest, and what technology we export. We need to use that leverage to ensure the G7 plus its allies act as an economic NATO. This means supporting freedom and not allowing it to be undermined. This opportunity isn't going to be there forever. We know that China is building its domestic market in anticipation of harder times ahead. But at present, China is dependent on exports to the West. Now is the time to make sure that commerce and trade is free and not coercive. And there are ways this can be done. We can move to an economic Article 5, where the one for all for one principle is wielded in defense of our values. I believe there are three areas we should focus on: supply chains, investment, and trade. On critical minerals and supply chains, we need to work together to make sure we're using trustworthy suppliers, so-called friend-shoring. And that's what we've already done in the UK by eliminating Russian energy from our supplies, by also eliminating Huawei from our telecoms networks. And we need more collaboration between free countries to make sure we're taking similar steps and protecting our economic security in areas like chips and areas like technology exports. And we need democracies to commit together to audit and reduce dependency in those critical industries. We cannot have a situation where Beijing has the power to turn our lights off. On investment, we need to work together to make sure it's not used to undermine freedom and democracy. China's Belt and Road Initiative is far-reaching, and it's been used to buy influence around the globe. Last year, the G7 launched the Global Partnership for Infrastructure and Investment, an alternative that is free from strings attached. By stepping up this effort, and I know it's on Japan's G7 agenda, we can bring more countries into the orbit of free economies. And isn't it amazing that at the World Trade Organization, China is still designated as a developing country? This means it's not held to the usual rules on transparency, it's not being held to account for its aggressive practices. This needs to change. On trade, we need to work together to make sure that trade is a force for freedom, not a force for coercion. I'm delighted that the UK is in the final stages of negotiating accession to the CPTPP, and I really congratulate Japan on the huge leadership the country took on, along with Canada, to make CPTPP work and make it happen, because I think it's a huge force for good. I'd like to see this agreement expanding to even more countries, because I think it can be a bulwark for free trade as opposed to trade that is seeking to undermine the rules-based global system. We should also be seeking more bilateral trade and investment agreements with Taiwan. And we need to make sure that we are rushing to the defense of any nation that is targeted through unfair trade practices because of the way they speak out. Now, during Prime Minister Scott Morrison's time in office in Australia, and he referred to this earlier, China imposed tariffs on Australian wine because it didn't like what the Australian government was saying. And they went even further with Lithuania and completely blocked imports from there, a brazen attempt to bully a smaller country. All of this was done as punishment for holding China to account and standing up for Taiwan. We have to remember that our strength is in numbers. I support Japan's efforts to create a mechanism that enables us to join forces when one of our number is targeted. And this applies to doing business with Taiwan. The more economies that do business with Taiwan, the more difficult China will find it to pressurize countries to change tack. There are other ways that Taiwan deserves our support. Many countries have limited diplomatic and ministerial ties to Taiwan due to agreements negotiated with China. The world has changed since then, and some of those arrangements are being rethought. And I believe we need to find ways to elevate Taiwan's status to reflect its global value. Taiwan is still excluded from many international organizations, such as the World Health Organization. It's not just bad for Taiwan, it also damages our access to information. This lack of status was very unhelpful during the COVID pandemic. We had a lot to learn from Taiwan, but unfortunately the channels to communicate properly simply weren't available. Righting this wrong wouldn't just be in our interests. It would help ensure that the people of Taiwan are able to speak for themselves rather than being spoken for. In conclusion, colleagues, Confucius warned us, study the past if you would define the future. We need to learn the lessons of the past if we're to ensure a safer and a freer future. Putin's appalling war in Ukraine serves as a stark reminder of why we need to stand up to the threats of authoritarian regimes early. Our response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine has been good and effective since the war started. Just last week, President Zelensky visited the United Kingdom. I had the opportunity to meet him, and he thanked us in the UK for what we have done to support him and his fellow countrymen. But I regret that we in the West weren't tougher earlier in response to aggressive and hostile actions from Moscow. So when it comes to China, a failure to act now could cost us dearly in the long run. Our governments must signal to the PRC that military aggression towards Taiwan would be a strategic mistake. The international community should agree a package of coordinated defense, economic, and political measures to support Taiwan now. We need this first and foremost to protect the interests of the people of Taiwan. But it's also about protecting our interests, ensuring trade and free navigation can continue unimpeded. We need this now before it's too late. Free democracies need to work together if we are to live in a free and peaceful world. Thank you.
リズ・トラス前首相、どうもありがとうございました。G7 諸国に EU やオーストラリアなどの同志国を含めたいわゆる G7 プラスという新たな国際枠組みで経済版の NATO を作るべきであるという大胆な提言をいただいたかというふうに思います。それでは次にトラス前首相のキーノートスピーチを受けまして感謝のスピーチを山東昭子議員にお願いできればと思います。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Based on this, we'd like to ask Akiko Santo to take the floor.
Dear colleagues and honorable Trusts, it is my great pleasure to be able to welcome the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Ms. Truss, of whom I respect and admire, and attend such a meaningful meeting today, and thank you. Ms. Truss, for your powerful speech. I'm deeply encouraged by your appeal to the importance of freedom. Our resolute will on the importance of solidarity between Japan and the United Kingdom. I have renewed my resolve to defend freedom to the end. 振り返れば
Looking back, Japan has been facing with the authoritarian countries, including especially China. So we have to revisit the kind of approaches Japan have taken in the last half century. in China, to China, we have presented ODA that amounts to over 3 trillion yen. And after the Tiananmen Square incident, we were one of the first to restart the assistance. And we had no other choice but to do that because of what we have done at the time of World War II. So, however, there had been the challenging attitude and also Senkaku and also Taiwan Straits. These sort of things had not been taken into account. So at this point, we're not quite sure what we have done wrong, what we have done right. It is important to revisit what we have done, but there is one thing that is quite clear at this moment, which is, as was clearly stated by the former Prime Minister Liz Truss, the coordination and the solidarity of the free countries and the solidarity in the international community is of the essence. So the next century would be the time of confrontation between authoritarian regimes and the democratic countries. So with this in mind, Japan and the United Kingdom, with the same mind, would have to continue collaborating with each other. We are enjoying a wonderful privilege. We don't have to appease the authority, and it is possible for us to state our opinions anytime, honestly and earnestly. So we are now able to study with the members of IPAC and also the guests that have kindly come over to participate in this symposium. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Santo. So before starting the panel discussion, we would like to state the names of the parliamentarians. Mr. Tokita. I'm sorry, I speak fast. Ms. Fujibuchi, Mr. Genma, Mr. Matsubara, Mr. Aoshima, Ms. Funayama, Mr. Yoshida, Mr. Ken Tanaka, and Mr. Ishibashi, and the former Prime Minister Verhofstadt and Sarah Champion, and Mr. Scott Morrison, former Prime Minister of Australia, and Garnett Genuis, the parliamentarian from Canada. So allow me to introduce Mr. Freddie Lim, who came over just now, just some time ago, from Taiwan.
And my fellow panelists and guests from all over the world, good afternoon. And first of all, I want to thanks to former Prime Minister Liz Truss' speech and the highly supportive of Taiwan. I think whether it's strengthening Taiwan's defense or deepening economic ties, they are all very important and definitely beneficial to Taiwan and the world. But here I want to follow and emphasize your point on establishing normal and fair relations with Taiwan. From Russia's invasion in Ukraine, we can learn that dictators can be crazy, but they are not maniacs. They have a rational and constructed goal, which is maintaining their power. Therefore, their decisions can be analyzed as efforts to consolidate and expand their domestic power. Why did Vladimir Putin decide to invade Ukraine? I think it's because he thought that he could take it in a snap and reveal the glory of the Russian Empire. Through Russian nationalism, he could easily consolidate people's support for him. However, things obviously didn't turn out this way. He underestimated the Ukrainian resistance and willpower, and he also overlooked the support from international community. Why didn't he foresee this outcome? I think we all know that because he's a dictator. he must be surrounded by a bunch of policers and without the access to accurate information. And on the other hand, he has had successfully encouraged the rest of the world to develop dependency for non-renewable energy upon Russia. This strategy ensured that the world would tolerate him, in some cases, appease him. So Putin got away with this strategy for a long time. He must have expected to get away with it for longer. Again, he misjudged. From this tragic example, Taiwan and the world should learn that we need to terminate the appeasing means and the strategic ambiguity that is allowing China to misinterpret the international situation. And to enable this, the voices supporting Taiwan have to be strong, open, and institutionalized. It means that the relationship between Taiwan and the other countries should be no longer under the table, but to gradually establish normal and open diplomatic relations. And Taiwan should no longer be excluded from international institutions. This will make the international support for Taiwan become clear, firm, and sustainable, and ensure that China's dictator receives the right message continuously. Last but not least, foreign media always ask me that since China is inevitable part of international trade, many democracies are under influence of Chinese economic power. Does Taiwan fear that we will be sacrificed to maintain economic benefits to others? Of course, we understand the reality well, but I will still hope you take the support to Taiwan to a step further. I still need to remind all of us here that, again, that China has been using its trading leverage to threaten other countries and to oppress its own people. And it undermined severely international order and caused the infiltration of many international institutions. To counter this, the economic policies of world democracies should explicitly pursue deeper collaboration to weaken China's leverage. We should further prevent authoritarian countries from playing such a huge role that shapes the geopolitical map to such a great extent. For example, the recent announcement of Czechia's reduction of its Russian gas dependency from 97% to 3 to 4% in 8 months from the Prime Minister Petr Fiala is an uplifting news to us and should serve as an example to others. Here, we are all people who are deeply involved in politics. We understand perfectly that reform takes time, cannot be accomplished overnight. No matter whether it's social reform within a country or improving a fairer, safer international community. But we must not use reality as an excuse. We have to always remind ourselves of vision and to make sure that step by step we are on the right track to the right direction. So I'm very pleased to be here. Thanks to IPAC's great work to get all of us here to have these great, wonderful discussions. And I really wish the conference to have a complete success and provide a sure path for a productive G7 summit. Thank you all. Thank you.
フレディ・ム議員。
Mr. Freddie Lim, thank you very much indeed. Including China and authoritarian economic oppression, how can we relieve that? What about the dependency of those countries relying too much on China? I am sure many people are listening to that. So from LDP, co-chair of the caucus, Mr. Nagashima, please. So let me do my presentation. The theme of this session is about free and open Indo-Pacific. We call it FOIP, Free and Open Indo-Pacific. Initially, last year, unfortunately, due to the bullet, former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe had passed away, but he has formulated this idea. In 2007, in Indian Parliament, he had given a speech, and that was the first time when this word was used. Free and open Indo-Pacific, the adjective was added. So now from Washington to London, Brussels, and Canberra, so the International Committee now recognize this term. FOIP, Free and Open Indo-Pacific. The philosophy of this, for the world peace and stability, prosperity, this FOIP would be the basis for that, and many people believe in that. So that is why this word has been disseminated throughout the world. So free and open Indo-Pacific is now under the huge challenge. Because of the People's Republic of China, the authoritarian regime has been challenging us. Then what's symbolic is the Taiwan issue. Free and open Indo-Pacific, in order to realize that, what is the biggest cornerstone? Free and democratic Taiwan's current status to be maintained or not. Therefore, we, economic and diplomatic or militarily, we have to give utmost support to Taiwan. Of course, Taiwan, under the military action, to be unified to China, this is unacceptable. Military unilateral change of status quo is, we would definitely do our utmost effort and hinder that. Of course, in order to prevent such situation from the dictator of Beijing, such false action should not be taken place. So we need to have this deterrent message and knowledge and our will to be shown to the authoritarian regime. So this is my message. This is my biggest point which I would like to make. So peaceful unification, would that be acceptable to us? I would like you to think about this. Of course, China, free and democracy to be realized, and as Ms. Truss has just said, the rule of law being accepted by Beijing, then of course that is a separate issue. Democracy, democratic China, and democratic Taiwan, independently according to people's will, and be unified, then from the outside world to say anything is not proper. However, human rights, democracy is not existing, very close, very severe, surveillance on its people, the current situation of this communism ideas being put in place by China continuously. If that is the case, then from our side, this free and democratic Taiwan's prosperity, of course that is not made instantaneously. It has taken such a long time for Taiwan to become the current situation Taiwan has gained by working so hard. So from the such independent status and its development, I think China should respect that on Taiwan. In other words, the current situation by the Chinese Communist Party, if that continues, then we, under the Chinese rule for Taiwan to come under, that is not acceptable from our side. However, today, United States, Japan, G7, NATO, towards China, as for the Taiwan Straits peace and stability, we are asking China, and as for the military action, we are making deterrence. But for any other thing beyond that, or any other scenario, we have not been speaking too much about that. So it is now time for us, to the Chinese Communist Party. They have completely different ideas from us. Chinese Communist Party, we're not in the position to accept such ideas posed by the Chinese Communist Party. So free and open Indo-Pacific, what we share, this is the common value we share, and the Chinese Communist Party's rule is fundamentally different and cannot accept each other, and such Communist Party to dominate Taiwan. So the commercial market and freedom or democracy being denied by Chinese Communist Party, we should avoid that as much as possible. But this is very difficult because, so for example, if China used military force, President Biden often says, maybe in order to protect Taiwan, we would be intervening militarily. That is a very simple case. But from the outside view, if there is a peaceful scenery, and if China would come to rule Taiwan, then, and under such ruling, if it is established, then the international community cannot intervene. It would become difficult. So for example, Hong Kong oppression, we couldn't come up with any effective measures. Therefore, as for Taiwan, Chinese Communist Party trying to rule Taiwan, before that, then the Taiwanese people's 80% would say we do not want to belong to China. That is the consensus. So I'm sure there will be no change of opinions overnight. Therefore, from the early stage, as for Chinese actions, or in order to support Taiwan, then we need to take appropriate actions.
For that purpose, it is needed that we should forge ahead with a more a stronger coordination, a stronger communication with Taiwan. And we would like to unify Taiwan, or put Taiwan more entrenched in the rule-based international community and the free market or democracy. So my old friend, Freddie, welcome. Thank you very much to be the part of this conference as a representative of Taiwan. And then Prime Minister, UK then Prime Minister Talas are here. And it is very meaningful to have the discussion, sharing the same table, and delivering the message to the international community as a one voice. That is the rocky road ahead of us, or that is uphill battle to maintain our freedom and democracy. But we have to protect Taiwan, and we have to take actions and make the commitment to the independence of the Taiwan. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much. Mr. Nagashima, thank you very much. peaceful unification of the Taiwan could be acceptable or not. That is a controversial issue. And the answer from the Mr. Nagashima is no. That is a very strong message. Thank you very much. Finally, that Mr. Tamaki, please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yuki Tamaki Yuichiro of the. Thank you very much and strong, powerful, insightful speech to the then UK Prime Minister Torres that blew me away. Thank you very much. I have been long thinking that the U.S.-Japan alliance is one of the foundation for the international peace. But at the same time, in 1920s, that UK-Japan alliance was there. And I have been claiming the importance of our alliance. So it is not only the UK, but also that includes the Commonwealth, the Australia and India, like-minded countries upholding the same values. Those alliances are indispensable. And RAA Facilitation Act and Access Agreement were concluded, and we are very pleased with that development. And considering that the Taiwan Strait issue, UK and Japan in the area, the cooperation in the area of the marine safety, because we are the island countries, and that is critical for our national interest and the world peace, to secure the safe maritime transportation and maritime freedom. And both countries should deepen the collaboration and alliance. We should not admit that forceful change or unilateral change of the status quo, that UK and Japan should collaborate and cooperate in the exercises. And we would welcome the UK ships and military jet. So in addition to the military arena, that we should collaborate in the area of economy. Ms. Truss sent a very strong message, but we are the democratic countries, so that we have the obligation to be affluent and enjoying the material affluence, because that we are able to flourish, and we have to sustainably verify this flourishment or affluence, because that is the verification of the superiority of the free economy, democratic economy, so that we should not leave the room that authoritarian regime is claiming that their economic system is better than our economic system. So for that purpose, that UK is considering that the joining in TPPA, we welcome that engagement, so that free and open economic zone should be extended and broadened. And I think that early action makes a difference. I agree with Ms. Torres's insight totally. And the dependence in economic dependence in China should be in check and should lower in advance, because something happens that making the sanctions and making actions collaboratively will be very difficult. That is the lessons learned from the Ukraine issue. So among the democratic countries, that we have to strengthen the economic collaboration, and I would like to accentuate the importance. And relevant to the comment from Mr. Nakashima, that's something that we should prepare for in advance, which is how to address with the public voice. So the one of the criticism regarding the Ukrainian integration, that is the territorial integrity is undermined. That is one of the reasons that the international community condemned Russia. But as Ms. Torres mentioned, in the 70s, that wide varieties of the treaties and agreements have been concluded, and a lot of nations approved one China. And territorial integrity recovery, for that purpose, that the Chinese message have been justified, and we find it very difficult to condemn and blame and argue that CCP's discussion. And under the age of the technology, that the communication, disinformation, misinformations immediately traverse around the world and have the tremendous impact on the opinions of the public. So that we have to think about to create a counter narrative to fight against those misinformation, disinformation, and we have to prepare for that. Honestly, that the Japan's response have not been sufficient, so that we are claiming that we have to strengthen that area. But as an international community as a whole, that manipulation of the public opinions and the recovery of the territory integrity could be justified, borrowing that Ms. Torres's language, that is a unification. So how to blame their theory or concept effectively. So in that regime, I mean a communication regime, that we have to collaborate as a democratic countries. Thank you very much. Professor Tamaki Sensei, thank you very much. Both UK and in Japan, they have to conclude the securities in the communication, maritime security, and economic security. So I would like to welcome any comments from the floor. I'm very conscious about the time, so that anybody who would make a very brief comment, please. Mr. Scott Morrison, please.
A question to Prime Minister Truss and others who might want to offer on this. Having watched Europe go through the last 12 months, where their energy systems by and large collapsed, and thankfully the winter wasn't as bad as they thought it might have been, it still wasn't great. And then having realised their vulnerability on energy to Russia, and then at the same time beat a path to Beijing on economic ties and trade, and not seeing the same potential for the same vulnerability has certainly left myself confused in terms of Europe's economic approach towards China and the vulnerability of those economic ties. I'm not saying people shouldn't do business with China. We do business with China. But there's a price now. You've got a price in the risk of that engagement. And that was realised in terms of what Europe found themselves in with Russia. And we can't ignore the fact that there's one very large country that has not condemned the invasion of Ukraine that sits on the Security Council, and that is China. And if anything, you could argue they were somewhat encouraging of it. So the question really is, now that the UK is sensibly not part of Europe, what is your observation of what's occurring in Europe and how they're looking at China in the Indo-Pacific as they continue to beat this path to Beijing as if this is going to be the future of their economy? So they're not understanding the economic risk, let alone the strategic risk.
どうもありがとうございます。もう時間がないので、もしあと
Thank you very much. We are running short on time, so we'd like to take just one more question, and then we'd like to ask the speakers answer the question, maybe from among the panelists. No? Then, for these questions, anyone to respond, please raise your hand. Ms. Truss?
So, I mean, in terms of what's happened in Europe, first of all, people never want to believe the worst will happen. You know, right up until the point of the invasion of Ukraine, there were large swathes of countries who said it wouldn't happen and it wasn't going to happen and it was very unlikely. And if it did happen, it wouldn't be a full frontal assault on Kyiv. It would be, you know, more of what you'd seen through the sort of separatist movement. So I think there's a great human desire to not believe the worst will happen. So I think that's part of what we're seeing with China, is that the threat, first of all, seems further away. It's less real in terms of the products we're talking about. So when we were talking about chips, I think that seems to much of the public as more esoteric than oil and gas, which is, you know, people can see things like Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. If the supplies get turned off, it's pretty obvious what happens. Whereas a lot of the things we're talking about here, like AI or chips, are something further removed. So I think it's harder to bring it to life for people. And the fact is, we all live in democracies. Often finance ministries in particular will want to prioritize the economy now rather than what might potentially happen in 10 years' time. And I thought Freddie's point earlier about, you know, do people want to sacrifice, you know, their economic livelihood to help Taiwan? I think the point is they would be sacrificing their long-term economic livelihood, because if there is not freedom of navigation in the Pacific, then that will disrupt the global economy to a huge extent. So in my view, taking preventative action now is not just going to be important for the sake of Taiwan and freedom and democracy, it's also important for the future of the global economy and the future of the free world. But I'm afraid people are short-termist. All I can say, and you know, we heard from Guy at lunchtime, is I think Europe is waking up to this, but what this group needs to be doing is pointing out the threat and coming up with practical ways. And the other issue, you know, there's a tragedy of the commons here. You know, that sometimes one country will want to undercut other countries. So this is why it's important that we do have an approach that is G7 plus, rather than just individual countries doing their own thing.
素晴らしい質問と回答をどうもありがとうございました。
Thank you for wonderful questions and wonderful answer. So with this, we'd like to close the session 4, aiming for free and open Indo-Pacific. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I would like to move into the closing session, where we have the announcement of statement. Please allow us to prepare the stage.
まもなく
We'd like to start the closing session shortly, which will have an announcement of statement. We already placed the name card, so please take your seats based on the name card you see. And when you are seated, please take a look at the draft statement. So please go back to your seat and take a look at the statement.
大体、席についていただけたようなので、声明案の、お配りをお願いいたします。ここにないよという方、手を挙げていただければ。
So I think you are already seated. So we'd like you to take a look at the draft statement. If you don't have the statement at hand, please raise your hand. Please keep them in the first row. I believe you have the IPAC Tokyo Symposium and the statement. You have a copy of the draft. If you don't have a copy, please raise your hand. Thank you. So we'd like to start the closing session. Based on the discussion we had for the entire day, we would like to announce the statement for the IPAC Tokyo Symposium. Mr. Ooka, please take the floor. Allow me to present the IPAC Tokyo Symposium announcement draft. This year marks the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the UN General Assembly. Silence and inaction in the face of gross violation of these universal human rights is tantamount to acquiescence. The IPAC members, along with the international community, must come together as one to raise our voices and take actions. In particular, Japan must shift towards a more proactive human rights diplomacy. As the chair of G7, we recommend the following as concrete policies to achieve these goals. Transnational repression. Suppression of democracy and violation of human rights have become normalized in Xinjiang, Tibet, Hong Kong, Myanmar, and elsewhere around the world. We will neither forget nor accept this as a new normal. We will take measures to stop and deter these violations and provide relief to the victims. We will strengthen the investigations into the Chinese overseas police stations, take risk mitigation measures, support those who are targeted, and increase multilateral coordination. The Magnitsky Act. We will increase the Magnitsky Act coordination to avoid the disunity in its implementation. In particular, taking its aspect of deterrence function into account, the G7 countries should deepen intelligence sharing on human rights violations and coordinate in sanctioning common human rights violators to align its human rights diplomacy. We will also foster coordination between governments and civil society. As the chair of G7, Japan should be leading these developments. Japan should promptly enact the Japanese version of the Magnitsky Act, without which they cannot take part in these international cooperations. At the same time, Japan should improve its intelligence capability to better understand the current situation of human rights violations in other countries. Human rights and business. Each country will develop capacity building and legislation on human rights and business, including strengthening human rights due diligence, removing products made from human rights violations from the market, and regulating the export of products and technologies that could be used to violate human rights to prevent governments, businesses, and consumers from unintentionally and indirectly contributing to human rights violations. Japan should go beyond the guidelines for human rights due diligence and work toward a law with effective implementation. Japan should also initiate discussions on market access for products made by human rights violations and export controls on human rights grounds, free and open Indo-Pacific. The countries will cooperate comprehensively on security, economic, and values aspects to realize a free and open Indo-Pacific. Countries affirm their refusal of unilateral changes to the status quo by force and advance security cooperation. Countries will reduce supply chain and market dependence on countries that repeatedly use economic coercion and develop economic and security cooperation to promote economic relations among like-minded countries. Countries will promote capacity building, sharing of best practices for countermeasures, and multilateral intelligence sharing, which would be necessary to understand the problem better and to counter threats to values such as freedom and democracy through tactics of influence, operations, and disinformation. That's all.
ただいまの
Thank you very much indeed. As for this draft, if you are for this draft, then please give big hands, please. Thank you very much indeed. So, next, from IPAC headquarters, we have Mr. Luke Dupulford. Luke-san, please.
Hello, everyone. I won't detain you long. One of the great privileges of my role is seeing people transcend personal and political differences to link arms in pursuit of a greater cause. This is the lifeblood of IPAC, and it has been in evidence here today, as you heard from former Prime Minister Truss, as we've brought together politicians that could scarcely be more geographically and politically diverse. As you know, IPAC is owned by its politician members. The Secretariat, led by me, merely exists to serve their common agenda. And today, I think we've been handed a very long to-do list, and we'll help to do our best so that you can serve and implement those aspirations. A few very brief thanks. First, to our gracious hosts, our IPAC co-chairs. All the participating representatives from the upper and lower houses of Japan. Shiori Kanno, thank you for all of your work, Shiori. Professor Akira Igata, Sam Yip, and a large team of volunteers. Thank you for looking after us. Next, to our international politicians, including not one but three former prime ministers. Thank you very much indeed for traveling all the way to Japan to be with us. We know, we recognize, we appreciate the sacrifices that you've made to be here. And next to the press and other guests, thank you for being here today. And finally, to my wonderful team, Laura, Tom, Kevin, Chung Ching, thank you very much for all that you've done. IPAC hopes to host its annual conference in Taipei this year. Last year it was in Washington, D.C. There were about 60 MPs from 30 different countries. We want to make it even larger this year in Taipei. So, onwards, and arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you very much indeed, Luke-san. Thank you very much indeed, Luke-san. Thank you. So now, from 9 o'clock, we have held this IPAC Tokyo Symposium. We are now coming to a close. So finally, IPAC co-chair and Non-Partisan Parliamentary Association's co-president, Mr. Nagashima Akihisa, would like to make the closing speech. Nagashima-sensei, please. Thank you very much indeed for a long day today. Currently, I am standing in front of you and I am relieved. 2 years ago, it was in Rome, the first forum, and last year was in Washington, and this year in Tokyo. And next is in Taipei. I am grateful that we are coming to an end today safely. In any case, so Ms. Truss and Mr. Morrison and Verhofstadt Sensei. So thank you very much indeed, London, Canberra and Brussels. It was a long distance for you, but thank you very much indeed for coming all the way to Japan. I am so grateful. Thank you. And Champion Sensei and Junior Sensei. Very nice name indeed. So your cooperation and Lim-san, thank you very much. And today, we still have here various, despite difficulties from China, its oppression or being oppressed by the government, those people who are directly involved and had been affected had been appearing on the stage. Thank you so much for your sacrifice. And as for this symposium to become successful, is thanks to all the staff who have worked so hard. For the past few days, I am sure you have been working all night, all day, up until so late at night yesterday, and today from early in the morning, you were preparing for the venue. So thank you very much indeed for the staff, so please give them big hands. And also the long day, the interpreters. Thank you very much. And Kanno-san and Igata-san, could you stand? These people have played such a huge role. Without them, this symposium would not have been possible. Thank you so much. I don't think I need to say any more, but fortunately, in May, the G7 summit, towards the G7 summit in May, we would be definitely having a very good impactful message, I am sure. And thank you for your support and cooperation. And at the same time, since Japan is the presidency country, and we are lacking or behind in this legislation, so we have to work really, really hard. So I would like to convey that message. So the dialogue period has ended. We need to take action now. And also for those people who are here today from various countries and together with them, and we need to go to the next stage strongly and move forward. And in the future, I would hope that the world will be there without the necessity of this IPAC. So thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much for a long day, and thank you for your participation. Thank you very much, and all the media people, thank you. Thank you. Nagashima Sensei, thank you very much indeed. So let's see you all in Taipei. And Nagashima Sensei's birthday today. I am sure he is relieved to welcome the birthday today.
Everything. 以上をもちま
So this is the end of the IPAC Tokyo Symposium. And as for the interpreting receiver, please leave it on the desk or return it to the staff at the entrance. And we would be having a photo session now. We would be actually clearing the front part of this room, so please wait a moment. So photo session next, so our staff would be moving now. So the MPs just stay there. Thank you.
So したら、前にいる議員の皆さん。
So the Diet members in front of you and some of you need to stand. So please come here. If you could stand around here.